And kind of get their story and get their perspective and get what they had to think, right? And I do appreciate you being willing to come on my show and publicly kind of have
Yeah,
this
thank
discussion.
you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the
Of course.
opportunity. I know there's been a lot of
Yeah.
questions, and I haven't spoken about it before today, but it felt good to kind of clarify and get the whole story out. So I appreciate you creating that opportunity.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Hugs, right? And I'm sure like
Absolutely.
TwitchCon's coming up. It's gonna be in your hometown.
Yes.
Maybe we'll hang out again. I don't know. We'll figure it
We
out.
better.
Right? We
What, are you
better.
gonna
Indeed.
stand me up? I
I'm
thought we
never
already
gonna
had
stand you up.
plans.
I'm never gonna stand you up. That'd be silly on my end, Madam Genevieve. We love you, but even though we love you, everyone goes to the void in the end. How you feeling, Drowsy?
It was pretty heavy.
It was.
It
Yeah.
didn't fall on deaf ears. I heard it. It's weird. I have access to all this information, but I've been just working. I've worked more in the last like 3 weeks than I probably have any other series of weeks in my life, and it's where I keep finding this stuff out live. So there's like people with eyes on me while I'm trying to like digest it, and it's been weird.
Yeah,
streaming, I guess.
After talking to Smith yesterday, and I told Smith what I'll tell you, right? I like Smith. I think that him being caught in this orbit is harmful to him. I think Mr. Girl is a black hole, and you are circling the drain if you are orbiting him. That said, I'm not your dad, right? Do what you want. But Elder Drazi, I like you. And I think that these are just things, right? I know it's hard to see when you're close up, right? But if we take some steps back, yo, this is a red flag. This is a problem, right? And you know, I know none of us are perfect. No one's perfect. But I don't know. This
I don't disagree, but these are so I pride myself on being able to be objective despite where my heart's at here. And I haven't disagreed with I've disagreed with other people, but I've been able to argue very clearly and articulately why I disagree. Even if there's not a fact of the matter, I've argued in good faith on all of it. But these things, if he's not willing to say anything else about it, there's nothing to dismiss it. And he has been both of these things that are really bothersome to me have been brought to his attention, and he said that he's not going to say anything. That's a big fucking problem.
Well, we got time for probably one more caller. Okay, because I want to respect everyone's time here. We're gonna bring on Miss Millie. And I don't think she's involved in this at all. So hopefully we can end on a lighter note. I don't know. Let's find out. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. So hi. I see you guys are talking about all this like drama and nonsense and everything that's going on. I want to lighten the mood. Okay. Yeah. It's so heavy, and I'm just I've heard so much Mr. Girl shit in like the past like week. My ears are burnt out. So for the both of you, Elder and Wick, I want to do a little meme debate with you guys, okay? All right. So, you remember the topic that you gave me, Wick, for the wheel?
About centaurs?
Mm-hmm.
I do.
I want to do that one.
Okay. Do you want to explain it to our comrade?
Yeah, could you enlighten me?
Yeah. So, essentially, what's going to have to be debated is whether a centaur has a male piece or a horse piece. And this was a topic given to me by Wick. So I want to hear you.
Yeah, to be clear, to be more clear, right? If you're a centaur, is your penis like hanging from the front, right, like a man's penis, or is it where the horses
is it the horse?
are?
I thought we were talking about stature.
No.
Oh no. Okay, I was trying.
That's why I wanted to be more clear.
I was trying to say peace, as to try and be, like, not so abrasive. Sure. But
placement.
no, the penis.
Well, yeah. It's
Okay.
placement, not we're not talking horse dicks versus human dicks. We're talking where's it at?
Yeah.
True.
Is it gonna be
Gotcha.
the human dick or is it gonna be the horse dick? Which one is it?
It's going to be positioned where the horse is. It has the top half of a man and the bottom half of a centaur or of a horse. That's what it means. So you're going to, the part of the bottom half is the genitals, which will be closer to the back, feet, and butt.
So wait, are you saying that if a human wants to have relationships with a centaur, that accounts for them, the human being into bestiality?
Well, bestiality would, but definitionally be having sex with something that's not a human, that is alive. Yeah, this would be like the most basic.
Mm-hmm.
So centaurs are not human beings.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it would be bestiality. But however, we may consider it to be acceptable bestiality, and you'd probably make a whole lot of money having your own section on Pornhub, being the only one that gets to make that category.
That's true. That's true.
Welcome to the horse farm. Welcome to the stable, ladies.
So wait. So like, but
you can't say nay here. Anyway, go on.
Because like, think about it. If like a centaur is trying to have relationships with another centaur, like when a horse mounts another horse, like their head gets lifted up. But like, if a centaur mounts another centaur, like how are they gonna like cuddle and like do all their stuff? Like their upper half is gonna be like dangling backwards with their arms just flailing back. Whereas if they had a human piece, it'd be insert easy. Hi, hello, how are ya?
That's fine, but that's nature's not always built for cuddling. I guess it's time. I guess you get the job done, and then you go play World of Warcraft for 4 hours because you're always standing.
Or like, haven't you ever seen like a centaur like wear a loincloth around their waist and stuff? Like, what if they're like just hiding their dick under that?
They're LARPing.
Look, all right, like, what do you think? Where is it?
I'm in agreement with Elder Drazi. It's very simple. It's physiology. Okay, the top half is a man. The bottom half is a horse. So everything from the waist down.
Hello, hello. I am back. Today we're going to be talking to Rob Noer. I should have did this before I started my stream. Why does this happen? I want to see Destiny and Rob. So something that I want to talk. What's his name? About Rob about. Something I heard him say. Talk about on OF on a stream with Destiny. Must not be that one. Why does going to the right not work? Oh, did nothing. Long ago?
Okay, here's a question.
Look, it's Burnett Destiny. No transcripts? Alright, fuck it. I'm not gonna be able to find that. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it. That's fine. Hopefully he'll know what I'm talking about when I bring it up, because if not, this entire conversation is gonna be kind of moot. But basically he says something about rural America is incredibly anxious about watching their culture disappear. What is with people? Good gracious. They don't look happy. Oh my goodness. The right lies and exaggerates about the left, regardless of what some randos on Twitter or loud activists say. There's a multi-million-dollar propaganda machine that frames the conversation, and buying into the legitimacy of their complaints lets them do that. Ooh, Jose's going after Cenk Uygur. Left-wing extremists help right-wing so much. The birthing people thing is so fucking dumb. And not the people that, like, support it. Like, the people who are trying to force it down people's throats are dumb. And the people who are, like, adamantly against it are dumb. It's just a type of female, basically. A birthing person can be a trans man who still has all of these necessary parts to have a kid, or a woman who still has all the necessary parts to have a kid. That's it. That's all it describes. What the fuck is going on here? And avoided pronouns or providing much information. I investigated. Murder suspect Moses J. Lopez is trans. Oh my goodness. So conservatives are going around nitpicking crimes that trans people are, in this case, just a suspect on, according to Andy No. So who knows if that's even true? But let's assume it is. They're going around nitpicking crimes that trans people commit to make it seem like trans people are going around committing all these fucking crimes. What is going on here? I mean, what the fuck? Was this a trans person who committed this crime? I mean, oh my gosh, what is wrong with people? Oh, that poor lady. She collapsed. Like, I don't get it. I just, I just don't get it. Oh my goodness. Oh, all right. This thing was supposed to start at 8. Um, Destiny's debating Milo Yiannopoulos. But it hasn't started yet. I was hoping to be able to listen to that until Rob Noer was ready, but whatever. New world. Let's just. Oh. Oh. I was gonna say I deleted New World. That wouldn't have been good. Oh shit! I need to connect my controller. Connect my controller. Do 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 do. Oh my goodness. I can't believe how late. Gosh, not Milo Yiannopoulos straight looks so gay. Alright. I don't want to, whatever run that was, I don't want to continue it. First of the days. I think I got first to blind on floor 2, and I was just like, fuck this. Yep. That's now more tears and more luck. Good shit. Good shit. Ah, you fuckers. Right into them. I am going towards the boss room. I'm not going towards the item room. Very unfortunate, very unfortunate. There's one tender rock there. Oh, there was one in this room, but maybe not. Room that? Okay. Okay. Yeah, you fucker. Of course they got the demon fires. They don't ever, like, they don't choreograph when they're about to fire. It's gonna be a little bit, Bada bada. Alright, let's see. Still hasn't started. Chat, I'm gonna be talking to Rob Noer before this thing starts. I got one bomb. Parts on the ground. 3 if I use the bomb. Bomb right here, get 2.5. I'm gonna use the bomb for the. What a ripoff! Oh my goodness! I can't believe that shit. I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed by that. I'm incredibly annoyed. That was supposed to be a soul heart, not a fucking golden chest. Oh, that's what Spider Baby does. Go after the boss there. Spider. One after a little dip that I can kill in one hit. That's fantastic. Ah, ha, 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 you funny. Thank you. Holy fucking hell. So good. Oh, that's not it. I mean, speed's okay, I guess. Damn it all. Now I've got to not get hit the entire next floor, or I'm going to be pissed. It's going to be a pissy time for me. How did I end up here? I did get a tears up and a speed up, which is pretty decent. Pretty decent. Oh, that's annoying. Screen capture. I wonder if I have a Discord screen that has the game on it too. Ooh, that's nice. You like it. Bad I didn't have that golden chest from the first floor. First of all, lost, really? Fuck this shit. This is better than what does Spider Baby make? Oh, Spider like me. Or something. Or no. Oh my gosh, this is so stressful. You died. And you came out. I'm gonna go ahead and kill all of you. Alright, what good shit.
I found pills.
Taking pills right now, not the best. Because... Give me a bomb. Give me a bomb. Give me a fucking bomb. Got killed by the demon fire. Because it could be a... bad trip. Destroy... Nope, it does not make spiders... That's unfortunate. That would be very unfortunate because... I'll lose my double. Let's go, you fucking spider. Yep. These fucking thing. Nice, very nice. Sub is good. Wait, is he first spot in my party good? I don't think so. Hey there. Hi there. Alright. Y'all can die. Die. No, you die. I said die. Not continue coming toward me. I said die. Okay. Oh, you fucker. I wasn't even looking at you. You motherfucker. Alright, well, I guess I don't care if I get hit anymore. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. Alright, why is this floor so big? First of all, Lawson is big. Alright, 27 more minutes till Rob should be ready. You know what I might do? I might go back and void Chub. Little Chub. We'll see. And who knows, maybe the RNG gods will have mercy on my soul and give me a devil deal anyways. Okay, got enough speed now. I need some damage. Damage. Also need bombs. Bombas. What a fucking rip. Bombs? Nope. Damn it all. Not damage, more speed. What I was looking for. I explored everything? No, I could. Could risk it for the biscuit. I gotta find a way to damage myself. No. Alright, here we go. Yeah, give me that pain. Hurt me. Hurt. Give me a bamba. Yeah, Bamba. Not that kind of Bamba. Pen. It's pen. What a joke this floor was. What a joke this. And these fuckers. These little fuckers. Never shoot at a charging enemy. One thing you learn in Isaac. Never shoot at a charging enemy. That's what happens. Did you see what happened? See that? I didn't listen to my own advice. Alright. Fantastic. Curse of the Blind. I fucking love it. I love that it's Curse of the fucking Blind. Curse of the Blind on the first floor is not that bad.
Friends till the end.
Ooh. Alright. Good. Forever Alone. Attack Fly. You know, I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. Let's go Forever Alone. I'm Forever Alone too. See, this Forever Alone fly would have been perfect when the levels with the fucking spiders that are hiding behind the fucking rocks because they're pieces of shit. Yeah, that's right. I maneuvered it. I outmaneuvered your asses. Okay, let's see. Oh, good gracious. Oh, I don't mind if I do. So it looks to me like the only thing that I have bomb is going to be rock down here. Let's. Yeah, look at that. So hard. That's so hard. Forever Alone is going to help clear all of these fuckers out. How much damage it did to them? Yeah, that's right, bitch. Get rid. I don't mind breakfast. So, I mean, I probably wouldn't have taken Forever Alone. I might have avoided them if I knew that it was Forever Alone. But I'm also not mad that I've got Forever Alone. So, all in all, Curse of the Blind didn't really hurt. Oh, the thing is starting. My goodness. Ugh. Very nice. Ooh, look at this. I like this. I like this. My goodness. Giving me. Right. Fuckers right here. Oh, you. What? They don't ever do that. Whatever. Die. I'm too slow inside the spider web. That's what I fucking thought. Alright, gotta watch for the demon fires. Demon fires will shoot. Demon fires are assholes. Fucker. You fucker, you did that because you know I don't have any keys. Yeah, cause you... Oh, you already... I don't have any keys. No, I don't care if I die at this point, so... We're gonna risk it for the biscuit. Force of
Balls.
Steel. Ha! What a get. What a fucking get. Goodness. You people. Yeah. Nope. Well, we know the super secret room isn't down there. Alright, that was my plan all along. No. Spider, you can, like, yeah. You can come and die to my tears, or you can, like, die to my slowly meandering fly. Yeah, that's right. That's right, bitch. Try to avoid this fly. Try to avoid this fly. I dare you. You can't do it. It can't be done. Alright. Alright. Alrighty. Ooh, look at that. Got me a key. Yay, yay. I do not want Spelunker's Helm. I want stats, and stats is what I got. Alright. Alright.
Analysis and canvassing all across the country. And these stories have Twitch permanently banned him, and he's now on alternate platforms like Rumble, Tech. You probably know him better as Destiny.
Affirmative, we will have a New York Times bestselling author, and this is his bio, award-winning investigative reporter, a reformed sodomite, a global political sensation, a free speech martyr, an accomplished serial entrepreneur, a hair icon, a penitent, and to the annoyance of his many enemies, a happy person. You all know him, though, as Milo Yiannopoulos.
Let's go play the demon dream.
All right, so the rules for this debate, we're going to go over real quickly before we start, but the question we're going to be answering today is, should Christian nationalism be the dominant governing ideology of America? We will have 10 minutes each of prepared opening statements, and then each of you guys will be able to go through 5 minutes of rebuttals each, and then I will ask 2 questions for each of you, and we'll rotate between you guys. You'll each have 5 minutes to answer the question I've directed towards you, and the other person will have 3 minutes to respond. And then we will have a 30-minute Q&A and crossfire where you guys will have questions from the audience, and you will also then be allowed to sort of go back and forth between the two of you, so you can kind of have fun with it. It'll be a complete free-for-all. So after that, we'll go for 5 minutes each for closings, and you guys are allowed to have prepared openings, and I will give you guys hand signals throughout so that we're all on time and so that everything is running smoothly. So let's get started with the openings. It will be 10 minutes each, and we're going to start with Milo.
Is that indigo? My hair? Yes. I have to give you some credit for having the cojones to show up in Tennessee barely a month after the bullet-ridden bodies of children have been buried.
Oh
as
gosh.
a sort of representative for
What the hell happened to Milo? At least he was somewhat respectable.
a culture that did it, and offering anything but condolences and sympathy.
As a gay right-wing grifter.
I think it's disgusting. I think it's shameful. How dare you? How dare you show up here offering anything but sympathy? Because, you know, I think...
Ooh, that wasn't... Getting hit by pen?
Less familiar with the reasons why. But the reason was that at any given time in society, there are about 20% of people who are just fucking nuts. And those people will glom on to whatever the fad is for people who are fucking nuts. So the current fucking nuts is trannies. You can see in the social trends when you plot anorexia and bulimia, which was the big thing when I was growing up, against the new nuts. That there's basically about 1 in 5 people who are just not really all there and will kind of do whatever. But when you hand those people, those unstable and dangerous people, a victimhood script, when you give them a license to commit violence in the name of their supposed identities instead of giving them the treatment and the love and the prayers that they need, you turn those people into killers. You turn those people into time bombs. And there used to be something in America that would protect against that.
I wanted to go into
it was Christianity. I think it's shameful that anybody would show up so soon after a tragedy caused by the kind of ideologies that you support and do anything but offer sympathy and condolences and celebrate the ideology that has protected us against this sort of thing for so long.
There has been mass shootings in this country for, way longer.
Disprove the truth of Christianity or Christ or whatever. But I'll make
the trans
a few
movement
points.
has been popular.
There is no America without Christ. And the reason for that is that this is an intrinsically and fundamentally Christian nationalist country, by which we mean it's built into the architecture of the nation. There's no getting away from it. You can lie about it, you can pridefully claim that, you know, even good people without Christ, you can't. You're just inheriting a system of good and evil from the culture in which you grew up, which accords with the natural world. America was founded, as Adams told us, with a constitution that was wholly unsuited to the governance of anyone who was more religious people. And when he said religious people, although he himself was wandered through various different kinds of heresy, what Adams said was that this country is, that its founding documents, that its founding architecture, the Constitution of the Bill of Rights, were wholly and fundamentally unsuited to the governance of anything but a moral and religious people. Do you think that America is comprised of a moral and religious people? Obviously it's not. And what he meant specifically was Christianity, because the way that America is set up outsources morality to Christianity. And without it, it doesn't work. Because jury trials don't work when people vote with race instead of conscience and truth. Society doesn't work when people don't obey contracts, don't obey their word, when they're oath breakers. The architecture of America rests fundamentally on a bedrock of Christianity, without which the entire thing falls apart. And that's exactly what's happening. And you don't have to take my word for it, you don't even have to take Adams's word for it, but one of your own Supreme Court justices, somebody who was famously left-wing, Rehnquist I think it was, I'll always look it up, but he said that everything in America presupposes the legal system the social system, the government, everything in America presupposes the
Nice.
existence of the Judeo-Christian God.
Nice.
Without that,
Look
it
at
all comes
this.
tumbling down. And without that, it is coming
Flying,
tumbling down.
I
And without
got
that, we're not able to give
flying.
people who have terrible sicknesses and weaknesses and defects the help that they need. Instead, we hand them victimhood scripts and they shoot up schools, they shoot up churches, whether they are young white guys on antidepressants or whether they're transgender people who are told that it's white Christians are responsible for all of their miseries.
He's not mentioning the guy that was talking about the replacement theory.
Being good
like
and
conveniently ignores. It's so convenient how they can just ignore.
As happened in 1776.
The guy who shot up Club Q because his dad was a homophobe.
And I'm going to say something very radical and difficult to say in Tennessee, of all places. There are freedoms afforded to Americans that are too radical and too great and too daring without the insulation of Christianity. The First and Second Amendments don't work unless everyone's Christian. They don't work, and they're not working. They're not functioning. You can't give crazy atheists guns. You can't let shameless liars say whatever they want about other people in public without consequence. There's a sort of
Gosh, listen to him talk about wanting to get rid of the Second Amendment base.
Everything in America, and it is that these are all the things you get to do because we know that you can handle it. We know that you can be trusted with this because you love God, because you respect life, because you won't take other people's lives, because you'll keep your word. Without that, the First and Second Amendments become a sort of license to abuse one another or to kill one another. They become a license to lie.
Ah, you fucker.
They become a license
actually.
to murder. They become too much freedom.
I want to try to get a charge on.
Because there is such a thing.
Oh, wait. No, I don't need
And
I'm dumb.
without
For some reason, I was thinking I needed my
an
void in order to buy that, but I don't.
This country doesn't work. And it's not working. And since this country has fallen away from God, the Christian God, this country has begun to fall apart. And that's why all of this terrible shit is happening. That's why all the
it was worth.
It's why you can no longer trust people to keep their words if you don't know them. It's why everybody keeps voting with their skin color or their sexuality or gender or whatever bollocks it is today. Because they're not unified under Christ, because they're not one under Christ, because they're not brothers and sisters in Christ. It doesn't matter if you agree with the literal truth of Christianity or not.
I did.
The founders did, and they made a country for people who did. And if you don't agree with that, you don't like God, or you don't see why too much freedom is leading us all to hate and kill each other, and you don't appreciate that we should not only restore Christianity in culture, but require it in public life.
What kind of deep end did he fall off of?
You should go somewhere else,
Holy
where there's a moral architecture built into the law. But here, it doesn't work without God. And when you don't have him, when instead people replace prayer and the rituals of the church with antidepressants, with compound interest, with games and drink and drugs and fornication, kind of thing he does with his wife, you know, offering her around town like she's common property.
What the?
America doesn't work when we behave that way,
he's so sad
because
now.
we all just end up murdering each other. That's all.
Destiny, you have 10 minutes.
It's terrible.
Not every day I'm the progressive. Oh, what? Yeah? Oh, nice. Okay.
I'm not used to arguing for more freedoms against conservatives on stage, but I guess that's where we're at right now with the conservative movement, or whatever part of the conservative movement this is. Today, we've got viewers gathered from all across the world tuning in to a debate between me and Milo, where Milo is going to argue that we should turn the USA into an isolated, authoritarian, zealously religious country. I think that technology is Pandora's box that has changed this country and this world forever, and I don't think we're ever going back to the days of public squares and mail service by horse. Cultural exchange is happening, whether you like it or not, quite literally at the speed of light. Even right now, potentially hundreds of thousands or even millions of people around the world are listening to me and Milo have this debate. The only way to stop this type of cultural exchange is through the militant authoritarianism that Milo is talking about on this stage. That might be through his being against the First Amendment, that might be against his taking away of the Second Amendment, and that might be through the institution of a state religion. This means the destruction of our freedom of speech, our ability to produce media, satire, and comedy, and our ability to communicate openly on the social media platforms we've all unfortunately grown addicted to. After Milo gets his way and abolishes the First Amendment, is he going to be the one deciding who we can or cannot make fun of on Twitter? Is the world really going to return to how it was before birth control, before women had the right to work, before gay people were allowed to get married, before we were allowed the ability to freely worship whatever God we wanted, or abstain from worship altogether? I reckon that we cannot close Pandora's box. Christian nationalism, as it stands today, isn't even a coherent ideology. The proponents will argue whether there's an ethnic component, whether one needs to be Catholic or not,
Oh shit,
whether
Rob
one needs to even be a Christian or a supporter at all in order to idolize somebody for a Christian nationalist ideology. How many more porn stars does Donald Trump need to work his way through behind his wife's back before Christian nationalists stop worshiping him as their savior? As small as Christian nationalism is as a movement, even with it being as small as it is, there is still endless infighting. Anyone who's taken a gander recently at Milo, Ali Alexander, or Fuentes' Telegram account can attest to that. And now, with an already fractured and fighting minority movement, some want to put even more restrictions, such as race, lineage, sexuality, LGBT status, or geography on who ought to be allowed to join their movement. The glory days of Christianity are largely over. While the number of worshippers have ebbed and flowed through time, it's impossible for us to return to where we came from. In 1999, almost 70% of Americans were part of a church, synagogue, or mosque. And just 20 years later, in 2020, according to Pew Research, that number has fallen to just 47%, a minority of the population for the first time in U.S. history. We need to be realistic about the coming years. We need to help our young men and women find purpose in the world, stop pretending like some Christian nationalism is the answer. We need to find ways to get our young people engaged with their friends, family, and their communities in ways that synergize with the technological explosion the entire world has experienced. If Christian nationalists want to continue to practice Christianity in America, then I say we let them. However, we should never allow them to take away our right not to do the same.
Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy.
We will now have 5 minutes of rebuttals from each of you guys. So, start with Milo. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, strength card.
Thank you. If the movement, such as it is, I didn't realize there was one, but if Christian nationalism is not yet adequately defined, it's because nobody used it before 2 years ago, which it seems to me to be perfectly reasonable. Trump is not a religious leader in any sense, and you're making a classic mistake of people who don't understand religion, don't understand God, and don't understand their own country when you say, hold Trump up as a kind of moral example. Render unto Caesar. We don't expect that our presidents should be like Jesus because they're not here to do Jesus' job. So, no. It's interesting you talk about women's rights. I mean, Christianity is the... Sorry, I mean, you know...
All right. Yo. Not a whole lot. Hold on. Your audio's coming through. Someplace is not where I want it to come through. My end, probably. All right, say something.
Check.
Fantastic. Got you where I need it.
Are you going to use video?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can. I can just keep it where I have it now. It doesn't really matter.
Well, just for my stream. If you're going to use video, then I'll screen share the Discord. If you're not, then I'll just not screen share Discord and just use
Oh yeah, hold on, give me
my video.
20 seconds and I get it set up. Go.
No uggos though. If you're not attractive.
Oh, well, never mind. I'm gonna just go ahead and keep it. Keep the video off. Discord. Off my camera. It did not. Another camera.
2 cameras. Life's treating you well.
Yeah, my friend actually gave me an actual webcam, so I can just laptop camera while OBS is using my webcam. There we go.
All right. Looks good.
Yeah. All right. Oh. There we go. All right. What's up? How you been?
Doing fine. Off the clock at work here, but great. Tomorrow I get to go home and see my family, so I'm pretty excited.
Nice. Very nice.
Before we go, I'll leave you run the show. You're doing the interview, but just for the sake, I assume you're streaming or recording this. It doesn't matter anyway. But can you just tell my audience a little about yourself, like, and where they can find you?
Yeah, I'm Liberal Cluck. I've been streaming for a few years now. Haven't really garnered an audience. I mostly started streaming because I like talking to people, not so much for the audience. I've talked. I don't know if you remember, but we've talked a few times before.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, my goal right now is to get onto Rumble. So if anyone in your audience wants to give me a follow on there, I need 25 to be able to stream there. It's Liberal Cluck on Rumble. You can
Is
find
it like /user/Liberal Cluck?
I can post it in our DMs. I don't really know exactly.
Okay, yeah, do that, and I'll make sure I edit the description of the video to send people that way. So
okay. Yeah, you can find me Liberal Cluck on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch. Although if I get on Rumble, I am dropping woke Twitch to go to Rumble. So, if you support free speech, you should really follow me on there.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a custom one. So it's this right here. All right. Yeah. So the reason why I messaged you, and I actually messaged you this a while ago. You were on Destiny's stream a long time ago, and you mentioned something about rural America is watching their culture disappear. Do you remember that at all?
I'll make sure I put it in the video description. So.
Oh, I'm muted. Oh no. Okay, so the reason why I messaged you is because, and I actually messaged you this a while ago. It's because a while ago you were talking to Destiny, and you said something that I found interesting, and that was that rural America is watching their culture disappear. Do you remember that at all?
Yeah, I did.
And I was just kind of curious. I wanted to give you an opportunity, and I wanted to hear you kind of expand on that a little bit. What is this? What is the culture? What's changing about it, and why is that a bad thing for people in rural America? I guess would be like 3 fundamental questions.
Okay, so first off, what is rural culture? So it's a difficult question to define because defining culture itself becomes difficult. But I'll do my best to discuss exactly what I was talking about. I think that there are people that tend to be tribal, but that's inevitable. I think that's inevitable in all of us. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. You could use it to an extreme, like a white nationalist would use that to an extreme. But I see no problem in people having an affinity with a group that they want to gather with and speak with and things of that nature and focus on the same sort of issues. So for example, there are people in Black Lives Matter that want to focus on problems in the Black community. I think that's a noble thing. I think there are problems in the Black community that I'll never understand, and there's certainly problems that are serious and someone should be speaking up for them. I choose not to have an affinity for a racial group or even necessarily a religious group or anything like that. The group that I saw that was getting sort of beaten up in our major institutions and beaten up culturally, and having no one to really speak for them in any of these major institutions were rural America. That's predominantly white where I live, but the race of it doesn't matter. That some of the more emblematic members of rural America that I know happen to be people of color that are conservative, religious. You'd see them at country music festivals or things like that. So I'm really not concerned with skin color. The group that I have an affinity for is rural America. When I'm talking about rural culture, there are disparate people that have disparate likes and things like that. But in general, rural culture would be the idea of embracing living in a society that's not necessarily heavily populated and urban. Rural culture tends to lean more towards self-sufficiency, tends to lead more towards wanting to be left alone, wanting to be able to live their life. Things like farming, blue-collar work, the sweat of your brow, being able to put dinner on the table, those sorts of things. And culturally, when it comes to sort of entertainment and things like that, you might see things that aren't necessarily things that people in the city have an affinity for. So maybe you would see things like sportsmanship, like sporting, hunting, fishing, things like country music, older style country music, and things like that. There is really, and it's so much more expansive than that, but the reason that I talk about this is that every institution in our country that shapes sort of our cultural discourse and has policy that's made from it has forgotten rural culture or treats it with contempt. And that's what I think that people are seeing, that increasingly you can't just be left alone. We were more than happy to be left alone. And even though the vast majority of wealth and power were in the cities, and with people that were representing people in the cities, that wasn't good enough. Now it needs to infringe on rural culture and say that we're 10-tooth rubes, we're racist, we're bigots, and things like that, and to the point where they're shoehorning in almost every cultural aspect values that don't necessarily line up with the average rural person.
So what values would those be?
So values such as embracing sort of concepts that are antithetical towards self-sufficiency, farming, hunting, gun ownership, Christianity, and things like that.
Okay. So, do you feel like Christianity is like under attack?
In some extent, yes, absolutely, I do. In multiple ways, right? First was we could see when it came to restrictions with lockdowns and things like that, the real church in this country, which are things that like casinos, gambling, things that have to do with money, banking, or things that have to do with progressive causes. Those things were largely celebrated and allowed to operate. But even places like churches, schools, blue collar work, small businesses, things like that that would sort of be symbolic of what rural America stands for. We locked a lot of those down, even in red states or in purple states. And I think that there's clearly a movement to demonize Christianity, so much so that when Christians are under attack with groups like Jane's Revenge constantly bombing or vandalizing or threatening pro-life centers, or when we see Christians in a church that are shot up and killed, the entire country stops to celebrate the victims, which are the trans community, not the Christians that were shot.
Wait, hold on. Can you repeat that last part?
Yes, I said when we see that Christians are literally being murdered, like in a church in Nashville, the entire country stopped to celebrate the victims, the trans community. No one really had much to say about Christians being slaughtered. If the inverse was true, if a Christian shot up a drag queen story hour, right, and killed children, this entire country, even people in my neck of the woods, rural America, would say that's despicable. We would celebrate those people that were under attack and stand up for them. But the inverse is true this time. The community that had a member that killed Christians is celebrated, that community celebrated and told that they're the real victim. So much so that a bunch of people broke into the Nashville Capitol and actually put up fingers for the amount of victims that died there. And they put 7 up, even though only 6 people were shot and killed, because they consider the member of the trans community to be a victim. Because they're the people that are running this country and pushing this sort of cultural Marxism. view everything through the lens of oppressor versus oppressed. So if someone in an oppressed category, in this case the trans community or the LGBT community, engages in an act of violence, they still are the victims, and it's still the oppressors that are responsible. Not even go further than that, it's not just Christianity's under attack. We have this revolution that came through groups like Black Lives Matter, Antifa, radical people in the LGBT community, etc., that engaged in legitimate protests, but also intimidation, harassment. You could see this with Riley Gaines trying to speak at a university campus, but you could see it going back years and years and years. Even when I was in university, I saw the harassment that came with being someone who embraced sort of conservative values. They will harass you if you have a speaker that tries to speak on campus as a member of these communities. They'll harass the people that want to speak. All of this is occurring these people that are engaged in this revolution that think that they're fighting the power. This is the first revolution that I know of in history that is the powerful revolting against people that have the least amount of power in our society. And that is these people that are conservatives in rural communities. There is no cultural influence almost at all from people in rural communities. And yet Starbucks and Nike and mainstream politicians and billionaires and social media giants and academia and the entertainment community all came together to go after the real powerful monsters, which are conservatives, people in rural communities.
Okay, so what kind of cultural influences would you want to see from rural communities be expanded to like larger America?
Well, I think that the ideas of things that traditionally have to do with sort of things like traditional masculinity, Christianity, blue collar work, a society that sort of understood the importance of having men be men's, sort of two-parent households, monogamous relationships, the institution of marriage, all of those things are undoubtedly good things that we now demonize. I also think that the idea of just living in a rural area is something that's frowned upon, and it's something that's treated with some sort of contempt. I think you should give it a try. It's absolutely fantastic. And the people that live in these communities are people that make this country go. They are welders, carpenters, people that work on the streets, people that farm, and things like that. And they were the backbone of this country for years and years, and they've constantly been sold out by our major institutions to the point now where they're held with contempt.
Yeah. So actually I grew up in rural America. Until March of this year I lived in rural Virginia for most of my life. So yeah, I know what it's like, and I do agree with some of the stuff you're saying. Rural America is pretty fantastic. The people that you find there are hardworking people. They don't complain a lot. And yeah, there is a lot of people you'll find there that this country wouldn't be able to continue without, because they are the people that are going to work on your cars. They're the people that are going to build your houses. They're the people that are going to, like you said, weld and do the blue collar work that this country's needed.
Well, if I could expound too, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a little different, so let me track away for a second, and then I'll explain why it fits in with what I'm talking about. I grew up in this town that's very poor. I don't know. I haven't looked into what the average household income is. My guess would be it'd be around $25,000 to $30,000. So very poor. I bartended there for a while, and so these were people that were even on the lower end of that. People that were either unemployed and were there drinking, or people that did 9-to-5 jobs that would come in afterwards. Football and sports were very big in this community. We live about an hour and a half outside of Pittsburgh, so everyone liked the Steelers, the Pirates, the Penguins, Pittsburgh teams, right? These are people that would save their hard-earned money to go to one Steeler game a year because they could afford it, because the tickets are crazy. And they would celebrate and buy the jerseys of people that are making millions upon millions of dollars. And they were okay with that arrangement. They were fine with it. They might say something stupid like, "You're paid $5 million, you can't even catch a goddamn ball," if they're frustrated if someone drops a pass and hurts their team. But they were okay with that arrangement. They were okay without being in the spotlight. They were okay with people, them giving their money to people. They just wanted to enjoy that. But now they can't. Because even in every, and this has to do with what the people trying to, I would say communists, the cultural Marxists, are doing. They have to take away every source of entertainment as well. Everything has to be the political. Everything has to be ideology. And so even in that, it's not enough that, LeBron James, that a bunch of people that are scraping by in rural communities and in urban communities as well, celebrate him and are more than happy to, adulate him and spend a bunch of money to see him. But then he has to lecture them. The most privileged of us are now also claiming victimhood. Right. And so now we're in a unique position where people that rightfully would just want to say, hey, I'm okay with my station in life. I'll never be rich. I'll never be famous. I'll have to work 9 to 5 until I'm 70 years old. But I'm okay with that. That's not enough. It's not enough for those people to want to be left alone. And that's sort of what I see in rural America. That's what I see my attempts to do, is to let these people know in my community that they can no longer be like, well, we just want to be left alone. We tried that game, and the people that are running these institutions that are progressive, that are establishment, they wouldn't have it. They treated us like the enemy, or they treated us like we were lower than dirt when we just wanted to be left alone. And now we have no choice but to play the same game they're playing.
Okay. Yeah, so how much of this do you think goes into capitalism? The idea that like progressive ideology is the popular one now, so of course you're going to expect corporations and institutions that are just trying to make money to follow that, and if the other ideology ever becomes popular again, they'll follow suit.
I had a conversation like this last night. I don't understand the blaming on everything on capitalism. What is it fundamentally that we would blame on when you really break down capitalism, it has two kind of specific parts. It is a system that encourages specialization of labor, because instead of everyone have to hunt for themselves, gather food for themselves, farm for themselves, build their own home and things like that, we came together as a society and said we could specialize in labor. So this person could be specializing in hunting, and this person could specialize in building homes. This person could specialize in being sort of someone that defends the community, etc. And along with that, eventually came the concept of money, right? The fundamental concept of what capitalism is a, quote, for-profit mentality. And so it is the idea that when you offer something of value, you should get something of value in return. And we as a people determine what the amount of that value is. And so if my 3 goats are worth 10 bushels of strawberries, then we accept that, right? So I raise goats and you raise strawberries, and that's what we're able to do. I don't understand how a critique of capitalism and sort of a for-profit mentality would be able to solve this problem in the sort of macro level. On the micro level, it's absolutely even more ridiculous and absurd, because if we gave in to the very Marxist that are instituting this revolution and going into these institutions and taking over, then it would get even worse for rural America. We need to only look at the fate of the kulaks in the Soviet Union, the farmers in those communities, and what happened to them. They were demonized in a similar way that we see people being demonized today. Then they were either mass executed or driven out of their lands, which resulted in the Holodomor, which were 6 million Ukrainians that starved to death. And so, I don't address this to capitalism whatsoever. I think that there is a movement of people in positions of power in the establishment that have understood, by using the tools of people that are Marxist and using the tools of people that are progressive and their language, that they're able to sow division and entrench their own power. Yeah, I think that, corporations will play that game as long as that is popular culturally, but they don't really give a shit. Nike doesn't care about Black Lives Matter. They don't care. Joe Biden doesn't give a shit about trans people. They don't care. They just understand, because the left has won the cultural wars at this point, or is winning, and that they control these institutions like academia that turn out good little brown shirts of the students that go there, that they're able to get away with all sorts of abuses by just paying lip service to these causes. So the Biden administration can bomb children in Afghanistan. They could ignore the problems of inner city Chicago and Detroit and how things are getting worse, as long as they say, look how many people of color are in the CIA now. Look how many people of color are in our administration. I don't think that I don't understand the question. I don't put the blame on capitalism or our system at all.
So I think the logic would be, that under a capitalist system, and by the way, I'm not a Marxist. I don't know if I gave you that impression, but under a capitalist system, corporations are necessarily going to do what they need to do in order to make money. And right now, it seems like pandering, regardless of whether they are sincere or not, but pandering to the progressive side of America is what's going to make them the most money, since it's usually rural, urban people that are into that kind of thing, and there tends to be more urban people than there tends to be rural people. So there's going to be more money in that kind of thing.
But that there's all sorts of. First off, this is an argument that I hear quite frequently. I think it's one of the most irrelevant arguments, because why would I care, right? The problem exists, and so it's like, well, why does the problem exist? Does the problem, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Is it because these institutions have been dominated by people that are engaging in the practices like the cultural Marxist practice I said, which now means that it's profitable to do these things? Or was it because it was profitable that they engaged in these things in the first place? I would say that it's the former, but it's irrelevant anyways. But if we're going to talk about it, there are plenty of examples that prove that it's not just solely about money. For example, Bud Light, catering to their audience, would have to understand that it would be a net deficit to them monetarily, at least in the short term, to promote someone like Dylan Mulvaney. Bud Light is a beer that's predominantly appealing to people in more rural areas. The same could be true of other things. For example, we could see DuckDuckGo. When DuckDuckGo, their whole market was being a search engine that was for people that didn't want to use Google because they thought Google was putting their thumb on the scale of the algorithm too much, and they thought Google was, the big corporation that was abusing them. And so for the head of DuckDuckGo to come out and be like, well, we're censoring things that are critical of Ukraine, we're going to censor sites that we consider Russian, that devastated them, right? Because their market was people that didn't want to use Google. But they did it because that was sort of the cultural Marxist thing to do. That was what and we could see through all sorts of these ESG, environmental social governance, and these DEI scores or whatever like that, that people are willing to take losses for the people on their board, losses for their shareholders, if it means that their score goes up in these other senses of having the right progressive causes and things like that. Additionally, we could see how this isn't true. Like if we look at something like entertainment in the media. CNN is hemorrhaging viewers. You can't tell me if they put Alex Jones on in primetime that there wouldn't be hundreds of thousands of people watching. There would, but they don't want to do that because it's not just about clicks and views. It's also about being in the cool club and pushing the same narrative that all of these institutions want them to push. Similarly, we can see when there are entertainment values that are put through conservative things such as Roseanne's show, Last Man Standing. We can see with the Top Gun movie that there is an incredible market for films that are catering to more of this traditional masculine family-oriented society. Yet there's far and few between the options that come there. Lastly, even if your argument was true collective or in the overarching, so 80% of people live in urban areas or share these sort of values that we consider urban or suburban values, there would still be a market to cater to for people that don't share those values. But we see almost none of that. In fact, when we see companies that cater to that market, we see that they have disdain for them, like Black Rifle Coffee. So the idea that it's like, well, it's just that they all have to cater to the same. Like, think of how this would work in a non-political or ideological sense, right? Let's say that 80% of people prefer the flavor of cola. Well, then all soda companies will only use cola because that's 80% of the market. Well, of course not. There will be a soda company that eventually caters to the other 20% that doesn't prefer cola. And yet we see almost none of that. So it proves that it's not just a matter of, well, this is where the money is to be made. Like, how much does CNN have to hemorrhage viewers having the exact same type of programming that you could see on ABC, CBS, MSNBC, et cetera, before they would say, well, we have to differentiate ourselves. We're clearly losing in this space. But they didn't. They just kept going with that track. Because they understand that it's more about a short-term monetary influence. What it's about is positioning yourself with those institutions of power to consolidate that power for you and like-minded individuals in the long run. So they're willing to take a short-term loss for that.
Okay. What do you think about I don't know if you've ever heard this one, the destiny argument that for a very long time, conservatives shat on the liberal arts and arts degrees And that is a part of the reason why the institutions that send out our entertainment, the arts, is so liberal at this point.
When did conservatives start shitting on them would be my question.
Oh, I don't know. I never actually looked into it. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
So, again, right? Like, if we would look at a history of academia in this country, we could see that it always had a left-wing bent, and you would expect that, right? Because if you're the type of person that's going to, drop out of school early and work with your hands, you're going to work at the local farm, or you're going to go to a trade school and learn to be a welder or something like that. Those are going to tend to be more conservative people, and so you would expect that it would slant somewhat to the people that are getting into academia to have more of a left-wing bias. In addition, younger people tend to be a little more left-wing. Like, the average person is more left-wing when they're younger. Even if they are left-wing as an old person, they're probably less left-wing than they were when they were young. That seems to be the natural course of things, because I think that conservatism makes sense once you get a little more wisdom and life expectancy. But that doesn't mean that sort of the ideology and this sort of utopian vision that many people have on the left isn't something that's, without utility, particularly in young people. So I could understand why both of those would be necessary. However, that bias has always been extreme, at least in my lifetime. And I think going back before that, I think even if you went back into the 80s and 90s, you would see that although it wouldn't be anywhere near the level that we see today, that there was always a left-wing bias that sort of had contempt for right-wing values, conservative values in academia. And so it's like asking this: do you blame the guy who's working 9 to 5 that's like, fuck Harvard, fuck Stanford, fuck this shit they're teaching kids in these schools? Do you say, well, that's why Harvard and Stanford is treating you with contempt? Or do you say, well, Harvard and Stanford are the people in positions of power, so why wouldn't we put the blame there first? Now, I will agree, like, I had to check my own biases in life. So I, coming from rural America, happened to be a pretty good debater, went into the debate community, started to get pretty good. Everyone that I don't want to say everyone, I would say 98% of the people I debated came from wealthier families, or came from families like inner city families where they received scholarships and things like that. And they were sort of pushing this sort of left-wing identity politics. So radical black activists, radical feminists, and things like that. But almost everyone lived in the city. So much so that when I made friends eventually with people on the debate community, they were astounded that I had eaten squirrel, that I had hunted and killed a rabbit. They thought that was insane. One of the topics one year was subsidies. They talked about farmers like they were these mythological creatures. I had to tell them that I had worked on a farm. They didn't believe me. Everything was just the abstract for them. They'd never seen people working on a farm. They'd never seen people that hunted. And I, because of their obvious contempt for my way of life and people like me, I had contempt for them. But I had to check myself, because I eventually said, well, wait a minute. Like, aren't I doing the same thing as them? Now, it is true that on the scale, there were quantity way more of them doing that in that community to me. And when it comes to the quality of it, or the power and the influence and the wealth, they way surpass me. I probably, when I qualified for the national debate tournament, I would say that everyone that has ever been in that tournament, unless they had some sort of terrible thing occur in their life, like, horrible illness or horrible addiction or something like that, probably I'm in the bottom 2% of wealth and income of anyone who's ever qualified for that tournament. So all of it was geared against me, but I went out of my way and did make friends in that community. But they never understood. They continued to think that, well, I was just one of the good ones. I wasn't one of the racist, bigot heathens like all the people back in my community that were like running around in loincloths skinning animals because that's all we knew how to do. It drips from them when you hear them talk about education. Well, Republicans and conservatives tend to be less educated. Well, what is education? I say the education is liberal indoctrination chambers. Some of the smartest people I've ever met didn't graduate high school. Just because they might not have the ability to sit here and talk about postmodernism or be able to give an effective speech, when your car breaks down, who are you going to? Well, it's those type of people that you're claiming are less educated. Education doesn't necessarily mean intelligence. And so I understand that there is some truth in the idea that there's fault to be put on both sides. But when one side has almost every institution of power and they have constantly treated people with contempt that they think is living a way of life that they're not able to necessarily control, then no, I put far more blame on them than, the guy that's making minimum wage, working on a road crew, that guy's to blame because he insulted, your anthropology degree or your women's dance degree.
So you talk about the people that you end up meeting while you're in college, not being able to believe the things that you've done in your life. Actually reminds me when I went to college here, where I'm at now, from where I came from, which is rural America. I met people who didn't have licenses because they never needed them. And that was astounding to me because, I mean, as somebody from rural America, you know that you need a license or else
Right.
you're not doing anything. So that was kind of crazy, which is why whenever I see like the voter ID conversation come up and I see people are like, oh, well, who doesn't have a license? I'm like, well, there's people that don't have licenses. It does exist, but that's neither here nor there. Another point that you brought up was that you talk about how the educated educated people aren't necessarily like college educated. They aren't necessarily educated in academia, but they could be educated in like fixing your cars or just handiwork, which people from the city tend to not be, especially college educated people from the city. Um, that's interesting to me because I actually read an analysis that talked about how the urban poor, people who are usually in like gang-ridden areas who tend to score low on tests, um, they may not be like book smart, but they can tell you what tags on the wall means, which gang territory that means, because that's
Mhm.
what they needed to learn to survive. And they could tell you all kinds of stuff like that. But they aren't very book smart, and
Well,
it's kind of the same dynamic I'm seeing there.
yeah, another example of this would be we could both agree, I think. This obviously all of these things are trends. It's not true in every right. If I say on average men
Yeah,
do
yeah,
better
yeah.
in
Of
math
course.
and women, of course there's exceptions to the rule, but on average, the lower your education level, the far more likely you are. Well, I don't want to say far more. You're more likely to end up in the prison system, right?
Yeah.
And yet, some of the things that you see prisoners are capable of doing,
Oh my
like the things
gosh.
they create there, it's mind-numbing the level of intelligence it would take to have almost no resources to be under constant surveillance. And I don't mean just like escapes or making weapons. Like people create works of art, people create games and entertainment and things like that.
Yep.
It's really impressive. Yeah, I mean, now I am of the feeling that if people are good people and they're applying themselves, that most people could get some level of intelligence in particular things. I always say, it was something my grandfather taught me, and this isn't to be taken literally, but no one's better than me, and I'm not better than anyone. Which means that if I walk into a room, if I'm running for Congress and I walk into a room with a bunch of millionaires, I shouldn't be intimidated thinking they're better than me. I could fit right in with them. But that doesn't mean that the next night I go back to my hometown where, people are 68 years old and working at Walmart and dropped out of school in ninth grade and say, oh, I'm better than you because I was hobnobbing and I have a master's degree and all of that. And so it kind of keeps you even killed. A lot of those people that, I'm talking about, I'll give you an example. My aunt, one of my first jobs I had was working at a Christmas tree farm, and you had to go through rows and rows of trees and trim the sides up and then trim the tops. Well, the lead, you have to trim in a certain way because if you trim the lead of a Christmas tree flat, the sap sort of chokes it a little and it'll grow wild up top and it won't get the shape that you're looking for. So in general, what you do is you go about 6 inches up and find a bud, and then you want to go above that bud on a slant, on a 45-degree angle. What's easier said than done because oftentimes what you'll see is there's not a bud that's easily identifiable as the lead. And my aunt had worked this job for about 37 years, and she was making $5.50 an hour when she retired from this job at about 70 years old. She could tell you everything that you would ever dream of about these trees. She could identify types of trees. It was amazing. And this was someone who was married when she was 15 years old. This was someone that had dropped out of school in 7th grade. This is someone that had a difficult time reading. And yet the intelligence in this level of this work that she had done for 37 years was immense. And not only that, she was a very smart person, I would say a wise person, right? She had a social intelligence that was very high. And so, yeah, I think that you could see the contempt, though, that is treated with people in rural America. Like, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this. This is how stupid it is, but I'm going to say it anyways. With the whole learn to code thing. It oozed out of the journalist class. It oozed out of the academic class. The idea that society is moving on and the traditional labor that we needed, instead of venerating the people that worked with their hands and built this country to what it is, now we're treating them with contempt and saying, well, hey, too bad. You should have went and learned to code. You should have went and got a job that you knew would be better in this new economy. And so they treated these people with contempt. And, you know, they would say they couldn't envision that someone would want to be a coal miner. That's a dirty job. Why would someone want to do that? Well, there's plenty of people that are proud of that work and that they've done it for a long time and they make really good wages for their area doing that. They're not asking for a handout. They're just being asked to continue to do the job that they love with the people that they love. And they're being treated with contempt. But then when the inverse happens, and now we see as AI and things like that come about, and just the way things are trending with social media, fields such as journalism, all of a sudden they're laying people off. But if you told them, hey, learn to code, you would get censored. The institutions that shape our public discourse, such as social media, they would ban you off Twitter. They would censor those posts. If you told the very people that insulted my way of life and the people from the communities I live with, it was okay to insult them. But when we used the same insult back, it was, you can't do that. And you can see now, the irony is that most of the institutions that are paying lip service to these causes, the progressive causes, etc., it's going to come and eat them as well. And so, you know, I used to hear people laugh with derision about how robotics and AI were going to put people in my community out of work. Oh, yeah, the big factory here was a glass plant. It went out of business about 10 years ago, I think. The town's basically dying. The only thing that's keeping the town alive here is a state school, Clarion University, where I went. It won't exist in 10 years because online schools and things like that are putting it out of business. And so when that happens, all of the local eateries and things like that will go out of business. And it was sort of, well, that's life. Things move on. We don't need that glass plant anymore. We could do it more efficiently overseas. Ha ha ha. You know, technology means that we don't need the farmers as much. One person can do the work of what it took 10 people to do 2 decades ago. And all of that's true. But now we're seeing a new world where a lot of my friends that were sort of people that were engaged in more artistic fields, now what's going to happen when AI could draw a picture better than them, when it could create a song better than them, when telemedicine means we no longer need doctors to be there, we could just have basically a AI that would be able to diagnose and we only need nurses. The truth is that a lot of the hands-on work will still need, it won't be profitable to be able to create machines that will be able to do the work of a nurse. You still need that human touch, or the work of a waiter, or the work of someone who's working with their hands, like working on a road or something like that. And so we'll see what happens when it's turned and all of a sudden it's all the very people that derided our culture, derided my culture in the area I came from. We'll see how they like it when they're losing. And, you know, I don't want this tit for tat, but they've forced it on us. They forced it by knowing that one side just says we basically just want to be left alone. And even though that means we'll always be near the bottom economically or culturally of society, we're fine with that. That wasn't good enough. They had to keep attacking. And so now there's no choice, as far as I'm concerned, but to encourage these people, while their labor still matters, to understand that they need to employ the tactics that have been employed against them. They can no longer afford to sit in the sidelines. They'll tell you you can't go to work and you're a coward because you want to go to work and feed your family, like my governor Tom Wolf did. Meanwhile, he's fucking laughing at you as he violates his own orders and goes and marches with an organization in Black Lives Matter that's leadership was corrupt and embezzling money that was basically allowing communities of color in the inner city to be burned to the ground. That's how much they have disdain for us. And it's time to admit that you could no longer say, well, we just want to be left alone. And it's a shame because I think objectively, the people that don't want to force their values on other people and want to be left alone are people that we should celebrate more. But unfortunately, if you have one group of people that wants to be left alone and another group of people that wants to hate them and control them, that all things equal, that group that wants to attack the other group will end up winning at the end. And so you have no choice but to embrace those similar tactics, even though that's something I never would have wanted to do.
Um, at what point do you think that if we end up not needing coal in the future, or if we end up not needing artists because AI can do a better job, at what point do we allow society to move on from using human labor for those jobs and let machines do it for us and find something else for human labor?
It's a difficult question, right? Like, let's go back to a more low tech. Like, do you feel bad for the carriage maker when the automobile came and basically put them out of business? Of course you do. But you also understand that life without any government, like certain forms of government are better, certain cultures are better. But all things being equal, unless catastrophic events or constant genocides or wars are occurring, things will technologically progress. It is the way of the world, right? And so inevitably, certain things will no longer be needed. I think that it's difficult. I don't think we should put artificial stops. Maybe with things like AI, because of the level of danger, we should have significant questions on what ethically we should be able to do with that. But as far as like, do you tell the glass plant, hey, you can't develop that new machine that you used to need 5 workers put a stamp on the bottom of the bottle, but now we could do it with a machine and they could do it 10 times faster? No, I don't think that it's not practical to do that, and I don't think that it would be moral to do so. What I'm talking about, though, is different, right? It is that we should treat those people with dignity that have embraced a livelihood that got us to the point where we're at, right? And so instead of, like Rick Wilson goes on, from the, what the hell's that group, the Lincoln Project, he goes on Don Lemon's show a couple years ago, and he says, Trump supporters and people from this area of the world are 10-toothed rubes that are concerned about the brown horde coming across the country. Well, fuck all that, right? Rick Wilson's he's a grifter, but the reason he's able to fucking have that opinion is because a bunch of people that are in those communities, such as farmers, people that built the roads, people that served in the military, were able to create this country to enable him, who's a fucking worthless sack of shit, who does nothing but grift and cause division, to live and have that be legal and have his opinions. And he's making more money and has more influence than those people will ever have. But instead of treating them with respect and saying, look, these people have concerns, and even if there's nothing, I don't agree with those concerns or I don't agree with what their solutions would be, we understand that those concerns are valid. And we do this with every other group. Like, although I would choose to live where I am compared to inner city Philly, for example, I think that it is undoubtable that if you live in a community where death and murder is frequent, so much so that almost every student probably knows in certain communities a peer that has been killed, that's horrific in a way that I'll never understand. I didn't grow up like that. But one thing those communities have that we don't is they have people that at least celebrate them and take their concerns seriously. And so we can have constant conversations about the problem in the inner city and the problem in the black community and how they're victims and how they're people that are to be revered and they're strong and they're fighting back. But all of the problems and the destruction that we see in rural communities, we don't have any of that. And it has to do also with sort of this idea of cultural Marxism, because we see other groups. I happen to focus on rural communities. You could say the same of Christians. You could say the same of men. You could say the same of white people. The concerns of those groups, the legitimate problems that they face, are never taken seriously. In fact, to even discuss them is to be treated with contempt and be accused of racism, bigotry, etc. Because there is this lie that is, if you're a member of this group, you have some sort of privilege. We don't say that about rural America, but we do say it about those other groups. And therefore, it's okay to attack you. Rural America, I think, is the one group that no one would claim in the past 100 years had some sort of cultural or economic privilege compared to people in cities. And yet still we treat them as if they are oppressors. And still we treat them with derision.
What are what are some specific what are some problems that are specific to rural America that people aren't taking serious? I've got a couple, but I want to hear what you say.
Economic disparity from a lot of things that used to make rural America, like for example, in my area, if you would go back 60, 70 years, you would probably see around, I'm guessing, so don't take me at gospel of this, probably 30 to 40 small owned farms. That number's probably 2 or 3 now. So the land has been bought up by bigger farms that are sort of producing at a mass level things that they were unable to do. Communities that, one of the communities that I go through now, someday maybe I'll take a camera and show. It's named St. Charles. They used to have kilns there. They made brick and things like that for furnaces and other sort of industrial products that needed certain types of stone, brick, and things like that. It's a ghost town now. We were outsourced that labor. Although the GDP rose by sort of the idea that we embrace this free trade society, what we did was the people that worked and through the sweat of their brow made this country great, they're the people that lost. As the United States became the world police, the money and resources that were going into that were being siphoned out of this community that used to be a community that was able to have more upward mobility by the blue collar work that they were doing. And that's basically remained stagnant, right? That doesn't mean that there aren't challenges in other communities. And with those economic woes have come things like drug addiction. Even in my community, opioids are ridiculous, fentanyl deaths. We're actually starting to see things at higher levels that would have been unthinkable here. We just had a murder about 20 miles from where I live. 70-year-old woman raped and murdered on a bike trail. That happened 2 weeks ago. These things, crime has gone up. It's still incremental. It's not to outrageous levels like in the city. But then there's also the problem of the cultural influences and things like that. And so you would think that if you were in, people mock where I live, sort of in central Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, you have Erie up in the western north, and you have Pittsburgh that's in the west, and you have Philadelphia in the east. Harrisburg's sort of in the center there. But everything in the center, people call Pennsyltucky, right? It's a bunch of hillbillies that live here, right? If you would go into schools now, public schools, you would find that in some of them, 20 to 30% of the people are non-binary. There are people that have contempt, that they're teaching contempt for the way of life of the very communities and the families that have built this, even in these schools. Now, it's nowhere near the level that you would see in schools in sort of wealthier areas, but even that is influencing here. And so we see all sorts of these problems. You see depression. You see people that, are engaged in the behaviors that come with being depressed and downtrodden. So more breakup of families, more single parent households, population decline. Where in my school, when I graduated high school, I think there was 91 of us. My sister's 20 years younger than me. When she graduated, it was one of the bigger classes. It had 70. That's now the number of kids that are coming up. And some schools have cut in half in the past 20 years. So all of these are problems. Now, there are certain things that there could be hope for. For example, I think that you'll see as technology expands, I think it will be the benefits of living in a rural area will become apparent to people that no longer need to be in a central location because technology allows us to have telecommunication and to work remotely in many fields. And so I think that a lot of these communities have the potential to be revitalized because people that have money, that understand that they like the resources, the state parks that we have, the ability to be able to go 3 minutes and be able to get lost in the woods, the ability to have space, the ability to provide a affordable home.
The ability to pee off your front porch, damn it.
It's a joke, but it's true.
It's so true.
There's an amount of freedom that comes with that. Now, the question is, when they come, do they bring their culture and try to foist it on the people that are already here? We'll see. But, it's the irony is many of these communities of these sort of, people that live in their ivory towers are falling apart. Places that used to be the progressive utopias such as San Francisco are becoming nigh unlivable. California has 500,000 people that are fleeing the state on a yearly basis. I don't know if it's a year, but in a short amount of time. And so it's interesting because even with that, you don't see the truth is, if we're being directly honest, there is no right way to live. You may absolutely prefer to live in the city. I may prefer to live in a rural area. The country mouse, city mouse, that's fine. The problem is every institution in our society treats one with contempt and venerates the other.
All right, well, let me tell you something. The thing that I was going to say is that there is a lot of infrastructure issues in rural areas that aren't getting attention, particularly internet. If I could have internet where I am from, I probably wouldn't have moved to the city. But holy crap, the internet was awful.
You could we'll see if you can find. I've been censored so many times on YouTube. I've had to delete so many videos. So when I ran for Congress, it was one of the issues I ran on was getting broadband, because there's still dial-up in many in my district here. Many people rely on dial-up, and if you're trying to create a small business, for example, it is a huge detriment to not have access to sort of readily available internet that's of a speed that's useful to conduct business. So that's absolutely true. And there are other infrastructure issues. That's absolutely true. Even down to the most basic levels, a lot of the roads in my state of Pennsylvania, in the areas I'm at, are in a state of disrepair. And that's despite the fact that we have the second largest gas tax in the country. And that gas tax is supposed to go exclusively to infrastructure for things like roads. And yet they're still in a state of disrepair. Outside of Pittsburgh 2-3 years ago, a bridge collapsed. And this is something that, so there's problems in infrastructure in the city as well, don't get me wrong, but there are different types of infrastructure problems. I could tell you a story that goes with sort of people in faraway places that are making policies that harm people in a rural area. I bought a house for $6,000. It was a fixer-upper, to say the least. Part of the thing, I was on a very tight budget. I was just newly married. So we bought this house. We were living in it. In fact, when we moved in, it didn't have a bathroom. My parents lived 2 blocks up the way, so we had to go to my parents' house when we wanted to use the bathroom.
My goodness.
They had a septic tank, and if people don't know, if you've lived in the city your whole life, you flush the toilet, it goes in a tube, or it goes in a pipe, and then it goes into a city sewage facility treatment plant. We, in rural areas, many of us have septic tanks that it's a tank that it goes into, and that's not connected to a city water supply, and then you have to get it pumped out routinely, 5-10 years, depending on the size of your family, the size of the tank. Harrisburg was saying that these communities needed to switch to city water, right? So in order to switch to city water, there was a grant that was given. However, that grant was misspent by our local government, and they used it to create what was called Rails to Trails. This was pulling up the local railroad and then put a trail that you could walk through, which is nice. But what that meant was then the people had to pay themselves in order to dig and connect to this water source. It depended on how far away you were from the main line. So my neighbor across the street, he had to dig, I think, 3 feet. I had to dig 150 feet that went directly through my garage and through my driveway. The estimated cost of this was around $7,000. Most of this community was elderly people. About a fourth of the people that lived there were forced to sell their homes and move into a high-rise. Now the homes sit there empty and the bank owns them. Because people were on such a limited budget that when this change of infrastructure came, instead of doing it in a way that made sense, in a way that was, dealt out over time, it was something that had to be done in a span of 6 months to a year. And so people weren't able to afford it, many of them. Now, there were grants that were offered, but that's a whole nother fucking ball of wax, because the grants were revoked because the bidding process, part of the grant was that they had to accept bids from at least 5 companies that would go around and do the sort of digging and the connecting, but none of them were owned by a person of color, the businesses. And so then the grant was revoked and had to be redone. So instead of the local businesses, who happen to be a predominantly white rural area, they had to go out of their way to look for people that own businesses in places like Philadelphia or places like Pittsburgh to come into this rinky-dink town just to place a bid. Those are the sort of things that people don't understand what it's like to live in these communities. And what you have to understand is, although these communities are far safer than economically similar places in inner cities, they face their own unique set of challenges. And because younger populations tend not to be here in as big of numbers, the population of these places tend to be getting older. And most of these people are on fixed incomes. These aren't people that retired with golden parachutes. These are people that worked hard, bought a house, paid off their mortgage, and now they're collecting Social Security in their retirement. And when you tell those people all of a sudden, well, your monthly water bill's now going to increase 500%. In addition to that, you have to pay thousands of dollars to hook up to this. They couldn't do it. But no one wants to look at them and say, like, well, no one took their problem seriously. Although it's a different issue and it's a different country, it reminds me of this story in the UK. The group that is underperforming the most in the UK academically are poor white people. They are below poor black people. And so one parliamentarian stood up to talk about this, and he was decried as a racist for wanting to talk about, look, the group that's being left behind, because there are no programs for them. There's no focus on this problem. They're being left behind, right? Yeah, the rich white people are doing great, but the poor white people, there's no programs for them. And it's similar in rural America here. No one gives a shit. And it's not just that they don't care with actual policies that are going to like try to help people. There is comfort, even if it's bullshit, in people taking your problems seriously. That's true as a group. It's also true as an individual. Like, if you've ever been in a relationship, if you're married or if you have a girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever, I don't give a shit, right? If your spouse or your loved one never takes what you say seriously, it fucking weighs on you. It crushes you, right? It will harm your mental health. And that's what's occurring in all of these rural communities. They have these problems, they want to talk about these problems, and they're treated like shit. That's why overwhelmingly they voted for someone like Donald Trump. Donald Trump, what does Donald Trump have in connection to my town that I grew up? I've lived in a 20-mile radius my entire life. He is a Manhattanite billionaire, right? The people where I live make $30,000 a year. So why did they like Donald Trump? Because he was the first prominent politician, regardless if you think he was lying or not, that at least paid lip service to these people. He said, I respect you. You're not pieces of shit. You're right to be worried about immigration. You're right to be worried about these massive cultural changes. You're right to be worried about your economic viability decreasing. And people would have crawled over broken glass. My parents never voted in their life, registered to vote for Trump. I traveled all across the state, talked to person after person. And what those people saw in the treatment of Trump were finally, it doesn't matter if you agree with me or not, right? You might say, well, the reason that Trump was attacked so much by these institutions was he's a shitty person. He's corrupt. It doesn't matter if that's true or not. I would disagree with that. But it doesn't matter if it's true. What matters is these people saw a politician that finally spoke for them, who was taken down by every major institution. And they took that attack personally because finally they had given up. They were apathetic. They were nihilistic. They're like, politics isn't for us. No one gives a shit about us in politics. No one gives a shit about us in culture. And then they have this spark of hope. And then with that hope comes FBI trying to take this guy down. Academia hates him. The entertainment industry hates him. Silicon Valley hates him. And so they took that as, you see, when finally, after years, we finally get someone that wants to speak up for us. And all of the same groups that have treated us like shit for decades are like, no, we can't allow that. We're going to go after this person. That's why there's so much anger and contempt that you see. And sometimes it manifests itself in ways that I find ridiculous. You know, the culture war shit, which I think we absolutely need to fight. I can admit that it goes too far sometimes. You know, Mrs. Potato Head, you know, who gives a fuck, really, right? But I understand why it's happening, and I understand that it needs to happen. Because the lesson learned is, how dare you think that you matter again? How dare you think that this process can actually speak up for someone like you? Fuck that. We'll take you down. We'll take them. You put a meme up that was critical of Hillary, you'll go to jail. You got upset that people were looting your community, we'll arrest you. And that's the lesson that people have learned.
So, a couple of interesting things. The first is that your story about the people who lost their houses because of the water situation. Something that I came to the conclusion of a long time ago is that the governments that are going to most negatively affect your life or positively affect your life are the smaller ones. That goes all the way down to like your HOA if you have a homeowners association. They can either be a blessing, but more likely they're going to cause you absolute hell. and then that goes up to the county and the city and the state. But we put all this focus on the federal government, which can do a lot of good or bad to people. But typically speaking, the problems that people have when it comes to rural America, at least my family that I've talked to, and the problems they have with the government, they would talk about things that the local government's in charge of, not so much the federal government. One example was my uncle when we were talking about government overreach and stuff. He mentioned like, why is it that he can only shoot so many deer in a year? Well, that's not a federal government thing. I thought we were talking about the federal government. I think a lot of people also just don't understand that, and that's across the board.
I don't disagree. So let me interject. I don't disagree. For example, to make your point even better, a town like 3 towns up, they use that grant money wisely. And so the people in that community, it was a small one-time economic hardship for them, right? It wasn't thousands of dollars. It was like they had to pay like $100 to tap in or something like that. That's a massive difference. And same state government, same federal government, different local government. And so it was approached in a very different way. I do think that you're absolutely right. In fact, most of the problems that people have aren't even government related anyways. Most of the problems you could probably trace to you yourself as the individual most responsible for most of your problems, followed by then your community and the people you surround yourself with, followed then by like sort of local influences, local government, state government. That's true. But on the macro level, like we could see that the policies of our federal government that would have done things that resulted in the outsourcing of labor and the outsources of manufacturing. In a lot of these rural communities that were built up around certain manufacturing, like those kilns, that wasn't necessarily something that if you had a good HOA or you had a good local government that could have been prevented. Right, so both of those things are true. I think you're right that your local government, that's why I always tell people you should be more concerned with your school board election than with your presidential election. That's true. However, it's not just a governmental problem. It's also a cultural problem, right? And there's, one of the things that I think's funny is people won't admit on my side of the ledger how bad we're losing. Now, there are cultural shifts that are occurring where things are going too far in the progressive circles and in the establishment circles. But we're losing pretty handedly when it comes to sort of the systems of politics and the systems of cultural institutions. They're all predominantly against us. Like that's just true. Even the ones that you would consider that traditionally have been more in line, like the church, many churches are becoming far more progressive, right? That's why you see such a rise in people transitioning to orthodoxy, because it is more conservative religion, because a lot of these religions are doing things that are considered more progressive for better or worse, right? And so what happens is, as you see this massive cultural swing, and there are some slight wars that are victories that are occurring, but overwhelmingly the politics is overwhelmingly against rural America, the culture is overwhelmingly against it. People start suggesting things like this: we'll balkanize, move into communities with like-minded individuals, and have local government and local institutions that will have more influence that are with like-minded people. Don't get out of the cities. That's what you hear prominent conservative commentators, and that's something that I would say myself. And what happens is these same institutions that have treated us like shit are like, you can't do that. That's terrible. That sounds like extremism. How dare you? How dare you say that you're going to... Well, so what? We're supposed to just be like, oh, yeah, you're right. We'll continue to live under the thumb of these people that hate our way of life. And that's not our fault. Again, remember, this started of people that wanted to be left alone, but they won't. The people in charge won't leave them alone. And so now there are several ways things can go. People get desperate and they commit acts of violence. That's deplorable. All political acts of violence should be discouraged and condemned. In today's day and age, I've done so unambiguously, regardless if it's on the right or the left. But when you see people like Black Lives Matter or Antifa constantly engaged in acts of violence, I was saying for years, what's going to happen is the right will play that game as well. They'll say, well, they did it when they were pissed off. They rioted when Trump was sworn in 2016. So why can't we riot Biden? Well, you can't, because you don't have the cultural power. You don't. The institutions hate you. They will crush you if you do the same, even 1/100th of what they're doing. And that's exactly what happened. And so the solution at this point is to balkanize, is to raise a family, is to whatever your situation that you're doing, whether you be an educator, a carpenter, a welder, a bartender, whatever, to express your values, to group with like-minded people, and unfortunately leave the destruction be wrought by the very people that want to treat us with contempt. And so the cities are going to start to get worse and worse. They're getting what they voted for. Chicago, for example, they get what they vote for. And it's not my place to speak up for those people. I tried my best to say, even if we have disagreements, these people that you're electing hate you. Their policies will result in things being worse for you. I was called a racist. I was told if I didn't celebrate people coming into black communities, including white people, lighting fires and looting businesses, that I was a racist. That's what I was told. Okay, fair enough. I wish them well. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that they thrive, but they won't. Those communities will continue to go the way of California. And then what will happen will be those people will spread out like they're doing in Texas. They're fleeing California for Texas, and they're going to institute the same culture and the same policies that led to them fleeing in the first place. And so I think that what we have to do is balkanize to the best of our ability and ensure these local culture and local institutions are institutions that share our values, and do our best to resist the outside influences that are overwhelmingly trying to decry and condemn this way of life.
So the second thing that I wanted to point on was that you're talking about how Trump became this champion for these people that have basically given up, like a glimmer of light. Now you may disagree with my assessment of Trump, but like that is an incredibly sad statement in my opinion, because I don't think Trump actually did care about any of those people. Just like most politicians don't actually care about the people that they pay lip service to, and I think Trump mostly cared about himself, and the fact that this guy that only cares about himself was their glimmer of hope is incredibly sad in my opinion. Like not like sad as in they're sad people, but like
No,
the situation is sad.
Okay, so let's take this in the reverse order, right? If what you're saying about Trump is true, then yes, it is sad. And in fact, it's sad because many people, myself included, I don't know what's in Trump's heart. The sadness of it is anyone who had any sort of charisma that was willing to speak up for these people would have been treated with adulation, because there is such a bereavement of anybody in a position of power that are sticking up for these people. Like, literally, anyone who's running for president that would go into these communities and say, you're special, you're great, I'll stick up for you. For example, immigration, regardless of what you think on immigration, this is an issue that is important to people in rural America, because they see people coming in of, one, having a different culture, but secondly, more importantly, people that will be competing with sort of their values and their jobs and their livelihoods. Now you could say, but that's not true. They're predominantly going into the inner city. But these are people that saw that their standard of living decreased compared to like their grandparents because of outsourcing of labor and things like that. And so they say, well, my uncle fought in the Iraq war and he can't get health care, and I'm struggling to pay my bills. I work 9 to 5 and I'm struggling. And yet these people that are coming in get all these special benefits. I'll give you an example. I know a person who hauls oversized loads, right? So he has a CDL, drives a truck, drives these oversized loads. The amount of regulations that he has to go through and red tape just on a day-to-day work is insane. And yet, because of NAFTA, people that are from Mexico, they can drive these like beat-up trucks that don't have to follow almost any of the regulations that he's forced to. They're treated as superior citizens when they come through this country than he is. And it's a source of frustration for him. Right? And what happens is, over and over, this sort of, well, you can keep beating your head against the wall and keep working and work more and more hours, or you can give up. Oh, you got injured? Claim some sort of disability. Just get welfare. Just stay at home. And as a result, you're seeing that all of these shops around here, no, they can't find people to work. They can't. Younger people don't want to do it. People are working later and later, not just because they have to because of the economic situation, but because they have to be offered more by these companies that can't entice young people to do this sort of work anymore. And so it is sad in the sense that finally we had one person speak up, and that there was this sort of insane tidal wave and movement to him. And the fact that that momentum was so fast and so big is sad, because what it shows is these people wanted anyone to speak for them. Now to the question of, was Donald Trump purely selfish and didn't care about these people? I don't think so. I think Donald Trump is certainly selfish. I think that's true. I think that if it came to helping a small farmer or himself, Trump would choose himself. But I think Trump actually did have respect for blue-collar workers. His entire career seemed to be someone that would go out and talk to the people that were sort of the service level people or the construction level people on his projects. He would pick up shovels. There's stories of things like that. That doesn't mean that he might not, if it meant a bottom line, fire those people and say, whatever, I got to move on. But I think there's even things that you could see visually that are hard to fake. One of the images that sticks to me is he gets off of Air Force One or a helicopter or something like that. And there are two Marines or National Guard people, I don't know what branch they were, and the helicopter blades blow the hat off of one of these Marines. And in an instant, Trump instantly goes down for that hat and puts it back on that person. That's hard to fake, right? Because that wasn't something that he sat there and thought about. That was his natural reaction. I think that if you juxtapose that to the image of Barack Obama giving a speech while the service members getting soaked in the rain, holding the umbrella over him, I think that you could see that there's a difference. When you see Hillary Clinton, who Trump ran against, getting interviewed, and how she gets this black effect, oh yeah, like starts talking with this Southern drawl, or I got hot sauce in my purse, like shit like that. It just comes off as so fake. I think that Trump was sincere. I think that Trump was, in many ways, one of the most transparent presidents we had. However, I think that Trump is somewhat narcissistic. I think that Trump is concerned about himself first and foremost. I think that Trump is more concerned at revenge and going after the people that he sees as slighting him, more than he's ideologically a conservative or a Republican or a Christian or anything like that. So I agree with all of that. But this idea that, Trump was uniquely selfish in the world of politics, I just think's nonsense. You didn't say that exactly. You said that basically all these politicians are like this. But I think that there were, if he was faking it, he was doing a damn good job of it. Because people actually believed that he was someone that was speaking to them. And by the way, economically, their prospects got better under Trump. Things were better for them until his disastrous response to COVID, which was a disaster in the exact opposite way that you think it was. It was a disaster because he embraced lockdowns. It was a disaster because he gave everyone that treats these people that I live with contempt everything they wanted. They shut down small businesses. And over 50% of them they're predicting that closed will never reopen. It was a disaster, and Trump allowed that to occur. That's how Trump was going to win, was because despite the fact that personality-wise, so many people hated him, and this massive institutional complex that was going out against him, and the advantages that they were giving Joe Biden, if the economy had been humming along, he probably wins. So, it's irrelevant as to whether or not he was selfish or not. I can't prove it. I mean, he's certainly selfish. But did he care? I think. Now, having said that, I've criticized him for tons of things. I do all the time. And I'm not guaranteeing that he's getting my vote, though. Pretty much the indictment of him sealed up that I'm voting for him in the primary. But, yeah.
So, here's something that I firmly believe in my heart of hearts. I think that if conservatives stopped demonizing immigrants, they would win a lot more elections. Because immigrants typically have conservative values, and if things like the far left transgender stuff, and what all that stuff that immigrants to come here are all against because of their conservative values, are on the forefront of social media, and that's what they're seeing. And then they see that juxtaposed to conservatives that are railing against that kind of thing. I think that you would get a lot more Hispanic votes if the conservative movement stopped railing against south of the border immigration.
Are they?
What?
Are they railing against illegal immigration?
Yeah.
That's not railing against immigration. That's not railing against Hispanic people.
Hold on. So I'm not saying that you need to stop railing against illegal immigration, but you build the wall. They're not sending their best. They're sending rapists and murderers.
That's all true.
Rhetoric like that, I think, hurts the conservative movement.
I disagree. What happens is that these massive institutions that shape our narrative spin that in a way that perhaps convinces Hispanic people, just like they spin that Donald Trump is racist. Every conservative is racist, and they'll get just as much, if not more, hyperbolic with every candidate that comes. For example, we were told, okay, George Bush was bad, but Trump, oh, this is a different league. Now they're saying the same shit about DeSantis. Right? They'll say the same thing. He's a racist. He's this, he's that. Right? It's not that these people are actually the racists that you're speaking of. It's that the people that shape the narrative and speak through culture and through the narrative to these communities convince these people. That's the strategy of the establishment. Not just the Democrats, but also establishment Republicans. Right? They play these sorts of identity politics. So it's how you can have the black community that thinks that the GOP is massively racist. It's not true, but that's the narrative that comes. The specific things you said, building the wall has nothing to do with treating Hispanic people with any sort of denigration. Building the wall is specifically to keep illegals out. It should be built. It is effective. There are other things that we should have done that would be even more effective, such as punishing employers that are knowingly hiring illegals. That would be the first step, but the GOP doesn't want to do that because many of those business owners are their donors. So it's the dirty little secret. That's one of the reasons that Trump was so effective. Right? The irony is, one of the reasons Trump won was because he was the first major candidate that did talk about illegal immigration. And many people in the Hispanic community are even more infuriated about illegal immigration because it turns out they did everything the right way. And now they have people that are low skilled, that have higher rates of crime and things like that moving into their communities that sort of skip through the line. And so that's why you're seeing a lot of places in Texas that are predominantly Hispanic communities for the first time in a long while that are voting Republican because they actually see illegal immigration as the priority, as a problem. Now, Trump saying they're not sending their best, that's absolutely true. So are you aware, for example, have you ever watched the movie Scarface, the Al Pacino one?
I know of it.
Okay, so at the beginning of Scarface, Tony Montana, that's played by Al Pacino, this was a real historical event that Fidel was emptying out the prisons and sending them all on life rafts and boats into Florida. That occurred, and so it was overwhelming the immigration system in Florida, and they didn't have records on any of these people, and some of them could make refugee claims, but you also didn't want to let people in that had been in prison in Cuba for being rapists, murderers, etc. So that's what the movie, that's how it starts, where he's put in this detention facility, and then he ends up making his way into America. The same is true. It's not that they're releasing their prisoners, but many of the illegals coming through are people that aren't their best. It's not as if the illegals are doctors. It's not as if they're educators. It's not as if they're, computer scientists. We know, for example, that according to certain human rights organizations, that 1/3 of the women that try to cross are sexually assaulted on the trip. That is an insane number. Who's sexually assaulting them? Well, it's the other people that are coming. And those are the sort of things that Trump's talking about. And he's a little ham-fisted. I find this ironic, too. Do you follow sports at all?
Not really, but I play sports, so I might be able to follow your analogy.
Okay, so one of the things I always think was funny, I'll give you a specific example. Well, no, that's not a good example. We always say that we want athletes, when they get interviewed afterwards, to tell us what they're really thinking. But then anytime an athlete does that, everyone's like, oh my God, can you believe he said that? So what you're supposed to say, if you're the quarterback and you throw the ball and the receiver drops it and you lose the game, you're supposed to say, look, it's on me. It's a team effort. That guy's a hell of a player. I should have put us in a better position. Anyone can make a mistake one time. We'll get him next week. Everyone knows that's what you're supposed to say. But then we all lament well, everyone's just going through a script. No one's telling us who they really are. But as soon as a quarterback says, yeah, it fucking sucks. I drove us down the field and this guy dropped it. That's terrible. It's on him. We would be like, whoa, you can't do that. Politics is the same way. We're like, everyone's fake. Everyone reads from the same script. It's always the same bullshit. And then Trump comes along, and granted, he's hyperbolic, right? He talks more like a regular person talks. And all of a sudden, people get the vapors like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. Meanwhile, no one bats an eye when Barack Obama is telling people in my communities they're clinging to their guns and Bibles, when Hillary Clinton says that half the people that vote for Trump are racist deplorables, there's not a big conversation about like, oh my goodness, like we need to talk about dehumanizing people. Just the other day, Steve Van Zandt from Bruce Springsteen's band, who was on the show The Sopranos, said that Trump supporters are and conservatives are cockroaches that need exterminated. Now that shit flies all the time. Sarah Jung could get hired by the New York Times saying that white people should be eliminated. Hell, even when I debated, I can't tell you, probably a dozen times in college debate, I debated white genocide, that white people should be eliminated. Frequently. That's something that, or even more commonly than that, if you're white, you should lose, right? Because white people are evil. Like, these things are commonplace. But to make the point that many of the illegals that are coming aren't the people that we're told, because the narrative that we're told, just like in any other community, is that they're the best. They're oppressed. These illegals are the best. You know, they commit less crime. They commit less crime than the citizens here. They're better than you, citizen here. And so for Trump to say, fuck that, they're not sending their best. This isn't, the scientists that came over and it's curing diseases. These are people that don't have an education, that are reliant on the government, and they broke the law and knowingly did so. And I don't think that there's a problem with that. And certainly, it's hard to take that criticism seriously from someone that says, and the other part of that's bad is build the wall. That's not racist at all. Was it racist and bigoted outside the Capitol when they built a fence and deployed 10,000 National Guard? Was that barrier racist? Is the barrier around wealthy people's homes, are those walls, is that racist? Is the barrier in Israel, is it racist? Why is it, though, that it's considered racist to talk about protecting our border?
So when you say something like they're not sending scientists, when you say something that like they're not sending their teachers and stuff like that, I think that's a far cry from their rapists and their murderers.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you dispute the fact that 1/3 of the women that try to cross are sexually assaulted?
I don't know the numbers, but I'm gonna take your word for it. My guess is wait, hold on. My guess is that most of those women are probably sexually assaulted by the smugglers bringing them here. Those people don't usually stay in the country; they go back to smuggle more people.
Yeah, there are people that are coming across illegally that would be detained by a wall.
No, the people that are coming here would be detained, but the smugglers who are doing the raping, the cartel, they go back to Mexico
and then come back. Right, that's the point, right? Yeah. So these people that are crossing, they would be included in those numbers as well. And it's not exclusively to that community, right? The truth is that Trump is speaking in a way that is not the most, it's ham-fisted, right? It's not something that you would teach someone to say as a leader of state or as someone that's running for the highest office in the most powerful country in the history of the world. That's not how you would train them to speak. But there is something refreshing about the fact that he's willing to speak like a regular person, right? And he's, there was, I believe it was a reporter in Pittsburgh, actually a woman, that said this early in Trump's presidency. She said, the difference is Trump supporters don't take what he's saying literally, but take that what he's saying is directed at the truth. But Trump haters only look at what he says literally and don't look at the big picture of what he's saying is true. And the big picture is that these people are venerated, these illegals that come, by almost every institution, by the entertainment industry, by academia, by Silicon Valley, by almost all of our politicians, Republican or Democrat, by wealthy business owners that want that cheap. Everyone venerates illegal immigrants. So much so that the Democrats on stage in 2020, when asked if it should be a crime for people to come here illegally, none raised their hand. None. So they're completely venerated. And so Trump's a little ham-fisted, and then he comes out, it's like, they're not sending their best. That's true, they're not sending their best. Rapists and murderers and smugglers. He didn't say all of them, and it's true that there's a lot of people in those groups that are being sent. But you're like, well, I don't like that. I kind of get the vapors. I'm going to clutch my pearls. Okay. Then open the borders. It's so ridiculous that we were told that if I, as a citizen of this country, had a passport and wanted to fly to the UK and then get back in this country, I had to have a vaccine passport, right? But if you're illegal, even if you tested positive for COVID, they let you into this country. That's the amount of veneration and double standard that we have for people that are illegal. And so I'm sorry. I think that the idea that more Hispanics would vote if we didn't attack, that's not an example of attacking Hispanics. That's an example of correctly identifying the problem with illegal immigration. And I think that a lot of Hispanics would actually agree with that. And we're seeing on border towns, the Hispanics that deal with it, they're certainly agreeing with that. The problem is the crafting of the narrative. Now, you could place blame on Trump for saying, look, that's on him, though. He should be crafting the narrative in a more skilled way. Possibly true. But when you have every major institution that controls these narratives going against you, for example, Trump got banned from his platform Twitter that he uses as the most direct line of communication. We see in Time magazine, they talked about a shadowy cabal that would control these stories. We see that stories that were critical of Trump were amplified, even if there was no evidence that they were true, over and over and over again. But stories that were critical of their opponents, nothing said. How many journalists that were criticizing Trump about the wall ever reported on the fact that Hillary and a bunch of Democrats voted for portions of the wall in 2014? How many journalists that criticized Trump and the kids in cages were criticizing Obama when he had kids in cages? How many of them are criticizing kids in cages when there's 4 times more under Biden?
Okay, you and I are going to have to actually, because I didn't want for this conversation to be a debate. But you and I are going to have to actually sit down. I've got sources on this, and we're going to have a debate on immigration. I think that'd be fun.
What about it? What part? Like,
we could talk about crime and immigrant communities. We can talk about.
They've all committed a crime. They came here illegally, so
Okay.
100% criminal.
Well, if you are willing to engage in a conversation that talks about like other crimes committed by illegal immigrants, ignoring the coming across illegally thing, then I think that'd be an interesting conversation.
Why does it matter? Let me ask you this.
Well,
Go ahead,
hold
I'm
on.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Because I think when people say there's high crime and immigrant community and illegal immigrants create a lot of do a lot of crime. I think what people are thinking are they're doing a lot of murdering, they're doing a lot of stealing, they're doing a lot of raping, they're doing a lot of that kind of crime, and they're not really thinking that they're coming across the border and that's what the high crime rate is.
2 things. One, we don't know the levels. Would you admit that that those groups probably commit crimes against their same group? For example, most violent crimes is done intra-grouply, right? So black people tend to commit violent crime against predominantly black people. Illegals probably are committing crime against people in the communities they live in, right?
Yeah, I would imagine, yeah.
Do you think that an illegal is likely to report those sorts of violent crimes?
Maybe, I don't know. So,
Probably not, right? It's actually an argument that's said quite often in defense of illegal immigrants, that they're afraid to go to law enforcement because they're afraid if they do, as a victim of a crime, that they will be punished for being illegals. So if the people that are engaged in violence against them are predominantly illegals themselves because they're members of the same community, wouldn't it be true that there could conceivably be a vast amount of underreporting of the amount of violent crime that's occurring in those areas?
So that's possible, but the possibility that there's underreporting doesn't make it true that they commit more violent crime.
It doesn't matter. I don't have to prove that they commit more violent
Well, you
crime.
do if you want to defend somebody who's saying that they are rapists and murderers.
No, I don't. I have to say that the people, that 1/3 of the women that are coming across were sexually assaulted. So it's far within the bounds to say that the people that are coming across that are being sent are rapists and murderers. It doesn't mean all of them. And I understand that left-wing, like the left-wing, tendency to be like, if I say Democrats are doing this, but I'm a Democrat and I'm not right. Just when you talk about these things, labels are difficult. Humans need labels to be able to communicate, and oftentimes they're not as precise as they should be. But it doesn't even matter, the level of violent crime and things like that. That's irrelevant. Crimes that are committed that we have evidence of far disproportionately from these communities are things like identity theft. Ever had your identity stolen?
I have not.
Do you think that's a serious crime?
It's probably pretty, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I know people that can't get passports that have been waiting for years because of problems they've had with identity theft, right? The amount of that is rampant in those communities. And more importantly, even with I've debated over and over the studies that talk about not just crime, but what a benefit illegal immigrants are. But those studies actually, what they show is how misguided and how distrustful we should be of the organizations putting on these studies. Because if those studies are true, that illegal immigration is such a benefit to the communities they come in, can you explain to me how progressive Eric Adams, that's in charge of New York City, is begging to stop the flow of illegal immigrants? Why couldn't one of the wealthiest communities in this country, Martha's Vineyard, handle 50 illegal immigrants for more than 48 hours? They couldn't. If it's such a benefit, we're asking these small border towns of 10,000 people to take an influx of 4,000 illegal immigrants and support them. And yet when major cities that are some of the wealthiest in the world are getting illegal immigrants, they say, we can't handle this.
So
if those studies are true, why wouldn't...
Okay, I got an answer. There's definitely a conversation to be had about the communities that are having to take in the vast majority of these immigrants. There are, as far as I am aware, programs that allow these communities to legitimately ship the immigrants to other places to be processed. And if we need more of those programs, I am 120% in favor of those programs. Why couldn't Martha's Vineyard take a busload of immigrants that was just shipped over there to them? Probably because they're not used to getting immigrants there. So if Martha's Vineyard was one of those places that we chose to have a program that allowed illegal immigrants to be shipped there for processing, then they would probably be able to do it. And I have a feeling that they would probably actually do that.
They would actually do it.
Yes.
So your argument is this. It's just that their government, all of these wealthy people, many of them that had signs in their yard talking about how they were a sanctuary state, right? And how progressive they were. Just because their local government didn't have a program set up, they were unable to reach into their moldy wallets and actually support these people.
No, they did.
48 hours? 48 hours? They brought them Fruit Loops, right? They got them Fruit Loops.
They brought them resources, and then they took them to, because so these illegal immigrants that were there, they were waiting for processing. They can't just be in a residential area and wait for. They got to be because they've got to be able to be at the place that they're being processed at. So at a certain point, there's got to be an institution to take them to where they need to be.
They could have drove them. They had a bus that was able to take them. The bus could have brought them back.
But not every. They weren't. They didn't all need.
Did
to be
they
in the
offer
same
them?
space.
Did they offer the illegals? Would you rather go to this military base or stay in Martha's Vineyard? Did they offer?
What, they don't have a program in Martha's Vineyard to take on.
Why would you need a program? For example, let me live in a poor area. If a bus of baseball players, 20 baseball players, broke down in my town, we would be able to support them as a community for more than 48 hours. In a poor rural neighborhood. But one of the wealthiest neighborhood, they're just like, well, we don't know. We brought them cereal. Miyama! They cheered. Miyama! Oh, they touched our hearts for 48 hours. It's bullshit and you know it.
I would expect that if a bus...
It's bad faith of you to even try to argue.
I would expect that if a bus of baseball players broke down in your town, they wouldn't need support for more than 48 hours. They would need enough time to get their
How do you know?
Because most baseball players, most American citizens have resources here that they can rely on.
Maybe the bus broke down, right? And they are from a school that didn't have money. So they might have someone that could ship the players, like wire them money or something. But they're still going to need room and board. Right, and I'm telling you right now, we would have not celebrated how great we were because we gave them some fucking Fruit Loops and Subway sandwiches.
Okay, I don't
the truth is, every time we are told that illegal immigrants are a massive boon. They don't commit crime. They're harder working than Americans. They're not a drain on resources. They increase the local economy. And yet, every time they're sent into predominantly left-wing areas like D.C. or New York or Martha's Vineyard, immediately the very people that tell us all of those things are like, we can't handle this. Even though we're far wealthier than the communities we are demanding handle this, we can't handle it. We can't. And we want to declare this a national emergency, and we want federal funds and this and that and the other. The truth is, no matter how you slice it, it proves that those studies that talk about how it's all net positives are bullshit. The story is obviously more complicated than what our institutions are telling us. The reason the institutions are telling us this is because it benefits all sides of the establishment. It benefits wealthy people that want a cheap source of labor. It benefits them because they don't have to have them in their backyard, put them in the poor area of the city and leave them live there, and then they could come clean my toilets. Remember when Alyssa Milano said, if Trump puts the wall up, who's going to mow our yards? Who's going to clean our toilets? Exactly. That's the mentality of the people like Martha's Vineyard had. That's the mentality the people like Eric Adams have. And it's also true that this is seen as eventually a reliable voting base that will be thankful that they've been left in by the Democratic Party. And so they think once they give them the right to the vote, that they will predictably vote. That's what the point is. That's why they say it's racist to say this. But then if you listen to them speak, they say, well, the demographics are shifting in places like Texas. Eventually it'll be a Democratic state. So they know what they're doing. They know that it helps. So it helps those sorts of people because they don't have to deal with the negative consequences because they're going to live in their gated fucking communities while they tell you you're racist if you want a wall. They're not the ones that will be competing with jobs for them. That's predominantly inner city, low-educated blacks that are suffering greatly at the hands of immigration. And what ends up happening is the wealthy people benefit the most. They're able to change demographics and get a compliant voting base that'll listen to what they say. And they're able to eradicate parts of the culture, or not eradicate, that's not the right word. They're able to sort of change parts of the culture that they don't like to see. That's what's going on. Having said that, I don't begrudge an illegal immigrant for trying to come here. If I thought that I could benefit my family by taking them to an area and I was being told by the people in charge that I was welcome to come, I would probably try to come. I don't think I would ever rat out my neighbor if they were. I can tell you right now, it was years ago. That's not quite the same as illegal immigrant, but there was a Chinese restaurant that was put in the little town that I lived in, and the house next to us was purchased, and there was like 14 people that didn't speak English that were living in that house. I thought they were cool as shit. I thought they were really nice. One day, some stooge from the government came and knocked on my door and said, "How many people live in that house?" I was like, "I don't know, 2." I wasn't going to rat them out, you know. I don't begrudge them. But we have to, as a nation, understand that it's not tenable to have this massive welfare state and open borders in the way that we do. And it's insulting for those people to be treated better than the citizens that are in this country. We get locked down with COVID, they're allowed to free reign. It's ridiculous. I can't go through an airport without getting felled up like Joe Biden sniffing some 8-year-old girl's hair because I'm told that we have to be that controlling because of Islamic terrorism and things like that. And yet we have a border system that's basically like, fuck it, come. We'll give you an ankle bracelet or a cell phone and tell you to show up in court. Oh, you didn't show up? Oh, well, we lost you. I think they said that, 500,000 people since Biden's been in office that they've lost track of? I mean, it's insanity. And the idea that we're gaslit into saying, but all these, the Cato Institute says illegal immigration's good. And this left-wing think tank, their studies show that it's good. Really? Then take them in your communities. Send them to Martha's Vineyard. Send them to Aspen, right? Send them to downtown DC in New York. Oh, you don't want that? There's always, well, we don't have the programs. They've been going to New York for quite some time. What's the holdup? Why doesn't New York, the richest city in the world, why don't they have a program yet? What's the holdup on their end?
So I would, I think that the idea that you can send a bunch of immigrants to a place that's not used to getting immigrants, that do not have the facilities set up to take care of immigrants, we're able to take them in for 48 hours and then ship them to a institution that was able to better take care of them, is proof that these people don't actually mean what they say, is kind of ridiculous. I think that the expectation that they take those people into their homes is ridiculous, just like I think it would be ridiculous of people to take a bunch of baseball players into their homes. That I think that expectation would be ridiculous. And I think that the better conversation to have, which we can't have because people like to try and sensationalize these stories on both sides, is what are the problems that border cities are having when it comes to illegal immigration, and how can we better alleviate those problems? And I think that a good way of doing that would be to set up facilities in other parts of the country, especially parts that need people, and set up facilities for immigrants to be processed there instead of taking them all in the border town. Because while overall immigration tends to be a boon to an economy. It is absolutely true that when an illegal immigrant first gets here, and they are reliant on the government and local resources, they are a drain. So putting that drain in one location, um, it can be very detrimental to a community. If we spread that out across America, I think that would be a better system. We'd better be able to handle that, and then we would eventually be able to reap the benefits of having immigration.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that people that have achieved economic viability probably aren't amongst the dumber people? When it comes to education level, or even maybe measuring things like IQ, people that tend to be in a wealthier bracket probably tending to do better than people on average in a lower income bracket. Would you agree with that?
You think do I think that wealthy people tend to be smarter than poor people?
Yeah, more educated, tend to on average maybe have things like higher IQ. Would you say that? They're not exactly morons most of the time, right?
Probably. I don't really know about the IQ thing, but probably more educated.
Okay. And do you think that what you just told me, do you think it's a big secret? Do you think that like 98% of the people in this country have no clue that what you said is true, that the illegal immigrants might be a short-term drain, but ultimately they're a boon to the neighborhoods that they move into?
I think that the left tends to think that they ignore the short-term drain when they first get here, and the right tends to ignore the boon that they provide when they live here for long.
Oh, that's interesting. So you would say that then the left thinks that it's all good.
Yeah.
To their detriment, they ignore the short-term detriment, but
Yeah.
they correctly believe that in the long term they'll be a boon.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're a community like Martha's Vineyard,
Mm-hmm.
what's to stop you? You've known this for years, right? So what's to stop you from saying, hey, these illegal immigrants are awesome. I have my $5 million house here. You know what would be great? Let's build some houses around it and bring illegal immigrants. We'll build facilities now. Maybe they won't be ready for 2-3 years. But then this community, let's have 50% of our community be people that were illegals. It'll be a massive benefit. We'll get it might be, hell, you're saying they wouldn't even think it was a short-term drain. But even if they did, they'd be like, okay, a little short-term drain, but what an investment. Our community of Martha's Vineyard will thrive if our neighbors were people that didn't really speak our language and didn't really have our cultural values, and they didn't really go through the same education system as us, and they're not really qualified for, jobs that we really need in our community, but they would be a boon to our community. Why haven't they done that?
Isn't Martha's...
Why are they spiting themselves? Why are they not accepting this great boon that clearly they know about, as you just said?
I think that Martha's Vineyard probably is pretty reluctant to allow any type of low-income housing into their
Right, it's a boon.
Well,
it's a boon.
wait, hold on. Immigrants can be a boon without low-income housing being a boon. Martha's Vineyard.
Where do you think they're going to live?
Martha's Vineyard, out of town, just like a lot of the workers and stuff that live that work around.
Okay, well, let me change my scenario then. Why don't they build these little outskirt communities, right? They don't want them living amongst them. Gotcha. That surprise.
Wait, hold on. Wait. What is the reason why I said that? What is their reason? Because low-income housing.
Low-income people living next to them.
No, they don't want low-income housing, which would...
What's the problem? Okay, what's their problem with low-income housing?
And that's going to be a thing for whether or not it's an immigrant or an American. They're not going to want the low-income housing. It's the whole movement. It's called...
Why? What is it about low-income housing that they don't like?
Because it drives down the value of their properties.
Why?
More properties just in general drive down the value. So having more housing drives down the value. And if you can find houses for cheap in the area, then you're not going to look at the more expensive houses because you're going to go for the cheap houses.
But no, that's not what's going on. You want to know what the problem?
All right,
Martha's Vineyard. You want to know what their problem with low-income housing is? That the people that inhabit them are low-income people. That's the problem they have. It's not the house. It's not the structure they have a problem with. It's the fucking people that live there. They don't want the help living in their backyard. They could come in and mow their fucking grass and clean their toilet, and then they could go home.
Yeah.
That's how they view it. They don't want to share a community. They say,
but it's not an immigrant thing. They don't want to share a community with poor people in general.
But why? It's almost like that they understand that it would be detrimental to their life to have to live with people that they don't share a culture with. In this case, it would be people that were low income. right? That's almost what it's like. And so instead what they say is, hey, you that are working 9 to 5 that can't afford a maid or someone to mow your yard, that you have to do it yourself. You live with these low-income people that don't speak the language, right? Then we'll accept their labor for cheap to come in and pay them to do shit, and then they could leave in the evening. They could leave. Even if I accept that, even if I say, well, that's not necessarily a bad thing, why aren't they building on the outskirts of Martha's Vineyard? Wouldn't the people of Martha's Vineyard say, okay, then let's pull some of our money, and we own a bunch of land on the outskirts of the city limits. Why don't we put the low-income housing there? We'll put it there because we understand then it'll be a massive boon to our society, a massive boon to our city to bring. Why haven't they done that?
I don't know.
They're just not smart enough?
No, I don't. I think that the people at Martha's Vineyard, first of all, most people who live in Martha's Vineyard, from my understanding, only vacation there. But I think that the people in Martha's Vineyard just don't care enough. It's just not like it's not on their radar. It's just not on their radar of a thing that they should be doing. I don't know.
Do you think? Let me ask you this: do you think the people of Martha's Vineyard take notice of their stock portfolio? Their investment options, their retirement funds, their business, how much money they're making. Do you think when it comes to finances that these wealthy people in Martha's Vineyard are concerned about those things? I would say probably more than someone like me and you.
Yeah.
I don't look at my fucking 401k very often. It just gets put in there and then someday I'll lose it all because some corrupt bank. That's the way it works. I would say those people, it tends that the wealthy people tend to look more into their money than people that are less wealthy. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, probably.
So here's this economic opportunity. It's going to be an incredible boon to them. And they're a limitless resource. All they have to do is a little short-term investment. And you even said they don't even think there'll be a short-term detriment. And yet, for some reason, they're unwilling to do it. And you're like, well, they're just not thinking of it.
Have they been asked to do it?
Why would they need to be asked? Why would they need to be asked?
Has their government been asked by anybody to set up a I mean, they've already determined that they were going to be a sanctuary state, right?
Right.
So that in and of itself is welcoming immigrants.
Not in their communities. They're willing to welcome them into poor inner city communities.
If immigrants can afford to live there, they absolutely would welcome immigrants in those communities.
The question is, I understand that you're saying that they don't want poor people living amongst them. Of course, I get that.
But,
right?
Yeah, I think that's an income thing, a wealth thing, not a immigration thing.
But the question is, why don't they then build? Why would they need someone to ask? Right? Like, for example, let's say you came to me and you're like, Rob, foolproof investment opportunity right here. Look at all this evidence. You will 100% agree that if you invest $5,000 in this startup right now, that you will quadruple your money within 1 month. And I look at it and I'm like, I'm fucking convinced. Yep. Why would I need the government to ask me to do that? I would be like, wow, I see this opportunity to make money. I'm going to go ahead and do it. And what the irony is, it's a win-win for everyone. These border towns that are struggling would be like, yes, fucking great. We don't think they're a boon to our society. We think that there is massive problems. So if you're willing, you got the resources. If you're willing to invest these resources for a small short-term detriment, which you admitted, they don't even look at it that way, and this massive boon to your culture, to your economics, to your community, why would they need someone to ask them? I would be out there right now like, fucking A, man. Yeah, let's do it. We don't need the federal government to ask us. Our states already said we'll accept them, so there's no legal barriers. It would be of a benefit to the Biden administration, a benefit to these small towns. Everyone wins, yet they won't do it. Why do you think
I don't think that they see it as an individual responsibility to pull money in order to make sure there are facilities to process illegal immigrants. It's just not. It's not an individual responsibility. It's a governmental responsibility.
Why would it? It's not. When you say, right, that they need facilities to process, most of these illegals had already been processed.
No,
they then have to show up to that they have.
The ones that were sent to Martha's Vineyard?
Please. They have been detained, right? They then have to later show up for court appearances and things like that. But that's fine. Seeing as how it's a sanctuary state, we already know, for example, that it was less than an hour away that there was a facility that they would be able to be processed in. So it would be a matter of building housing and building public transportation to be able to get them there.
Well, a part of process.
Please let me finish. Okay. So that wouldn't be that difficult to do, right? And I'm sure that these people that are already heavily influential in state and national politics, the wealthier people, I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult for them to communicate to their state and national government and say, we would like a facility close to here. You say it's not an individual responsibility. Who's talking responsibility? That's like saying, like, for me to go out and make $1 million, well, that's not an individual. That's not a matter of responsibility. That's a matter of it's of benefit to me. I'm not saying that they should be. We're not talking about whether or not Martha's Vineyard should be forced to accept people. We're saying if it's true that these people are great, illegal immigrants are great for every community, they're a boon, then why wouldn't they be doing everything possible as individuals and collectively as a community to make sure that their community was enriched?
You're talking about the individuals of Martha Vineyard. Why aren't they putting money into creating housing and facility for immigrants?
Yes.
I don't know. You would have to ask them.
I do know that. That's the difference between me and you. Because I'm not naive.
No, you have an assumption, and it's a ridiculous assumption.
I have an assumption that bears out by evidence and knowing human nature, right? They don't fucking want the people there. That's why.
So why would they make their state a sanctuary city?
Why would they make their state a sanctuary city?
Or sanctuary state. It's a whole state, right? It's not just a city.
Because they get to virtue signal. They get to do things that they think is beneficial to their ideology. They get to have people that are a cheap source of labor, and they don't have the negatives of having to live amongst those people.
Well, you can say the same thing about any poor person. It's not like an immigrant thing. This is a poor person versus rich person problem, where the wealthy does not want the poor people to live in their communities.
Why would that be relevant? Let's say that that's true. And maybe that is true. One, that speaks ill. Wouldn't you say that poor people are also a benefit to your community?
Yeah, probably. But okay. I grew up with poor people. So I don't know what their perspective is on poor people.
So if they're beneficial to your community, why wouldn't they want poor people in general?
Because having poor people live next to you and poor people houses drops your property value, which is where much of their wealth is.
On the outskirts.
That's where they are. That's where the poor people are.
If I live in a slightly above poor neighborhood, lower middle class, do you think it's beneficial to me to have a bunch of Section 8 housing put in?
In the slightly above, anytime a poorer house than what the house, a lower value house goes next to your higher value house, anytime it's going to drop the property value of your house.
So where are these people being put?
They're the immigrants?
Yeah, the illegals.
I would imagine they're under. I don't know where the immigrants go. I don't know where.
So in other words,
no, usually
people.
If they have like family and shit inside the country, they'd be put there. I don't know what they do with people who don't have anyone here.
Okay, so in other words, it's someone else's problem. Martha's Vineyard. We don't want these people because they lower our property values. Let these border towns deal with it. Let the other places deal with it. But us that say these are great people and say we're sanctuary, we're not going to do it. Well, it's almost like, why do they, if they lower the value, wouldn't it be true? Think about it this way though, right? If they're a boon for you economically in the long run, wouldn't a short-term loss of property value be outweighed for how much these communities would be enriched by these people?
Immigrants are a boon to the economy as a whole. If they are dropping your property value as an individual, you're probably not going to see that as a boon.
Okay, so that might be why even Hispanics in border towns are fucking fed up with illegal immigration. Mm-hmm. Now, the other thing I want to say is, right, let's assume that you're right, that it's like, okay, it's not that they have a problem with people from another country, it's that they have a problem with poor people.
Yes.
That's the problem. They don't want poor people. Okay, why is it that poor people are detrimental? In addition, is it just property values?
It could be cultural issues with poor people.
Oh, and these illegals are poor people.
They can be, yeah, yes, they are.
Okay, so you're admitting they got to end up somewhere. So if there are cultural problems, and if there are economic burdens by having these people in their community, why should we say, well, For the GDP, at the end of the day, it's actually beneficial. And then the communities that they end up, I'll spoil it for you if you didn't know. Most of the time, they end up living in poor inner city neighborhoods. And what happens is they compete with people that live in those neighborhoods that have a similar level of education. The group most detrimented, that is suffering the most detrimental effects that are directly competing, are inner city people of color that don't have a high school education. And so what happens is we're basically just, the amount of money that our GDP increases, right, is basically offset by the amount of programs, governmental programs, that we need to give these illegal immigrants, and the amount of loss of money from these citizens of this country who happen to be people with low education levels that share the community with them. When the pool of labor increases, the value of that labor decreases. And so what happens is people like Martha's Vineyard say, we love it. We love illegal immigration. We're a sanctuary state. Yay, you're racist if you say there are problems with this. And then when you're like, fine, let's put a facility here and let's have you take them in. They're like, well, no, it'll lower my property value.
Well, nobody suggested to put a facility there. They were sent on a bus. They were sent on a bus, blindsided the community, which they did welcome them until a facility that was able to handle them came and got them.
But they get, even if they, so if, for example, if Joe Biden came out and said, hey, we're going to put this big facility, 3 miles, illegal immigration facility, 3 miles on the outskirts of Martha's Vineyard, you think they'd be like, absolutely. Yep.
Maybe not, but you know what?
Definitely not.
I want that to happen. I want, because if there are problems with the amount of illegal immigrants on border cities, I think that a good solution to that would be to spread the immigrants out, build facilities in other places.
No. Why spread them out? Right. Here's what you do. Right. Would you rather live, you yourself, right? Would you rather live in Martha's Vineyard or inner city Philly?
Probably Martha's Vineyard.
Right. So it would be better for the immigrants, if we're concerned about them, to live on the outskirts of Martha's Vineyard, one. Secondly, would you rather them live amongst people that like them and praise them publicly, or people that say, we don't really want you here? Where do you think it would be better for them?
Probably the people that like them.
Right. And we also know, as you're saying, that it would be better for any community they go into ends up being a benefit. So this is a win-win. The people that say, we don't want them in our community, fine, you don't have to take them. The people like Martha's Vineyard that say, you're great, you're the best, they get all the benefits, and the illegal immigrants get to be in a better community amongst people that like them.
I don't have a problem with putting an institution
that's great. So when you say spread them out, no, I don't think we should spread them out. What we should do is start with the most vocal sanctuary state advocates in the best communities, and those are the communities that we should put these facilities in. Everyone wins. What's the problem with that? Why put them in areas with people that don't want them? They don't deserve. If you're a bigot that doesn't want illegal immigrants, then you shouldn't reap the benefits that come with mass amounts of illegal immigrants in your community. Instead, places like New York and Martha's Vineyard that say, these people are great, they're a benefit. Why not give them all the benefit? Why give this benefit of illegal immigrants, which we all agree are just 100% beneficial? You want them in your community.
Wait, hold on. Did you not hear me when I said that they weren't 100%? Like if you're putting poor neighborhoods, poor houses next to wealthy houses, you're going to drop the land value. Like that was a thing. I think that I think that concentrating a bunch of people who do not have green cards, who cannot work legally into a community is probably a problem. That's why I say spread them out to communities that can handle that. Because, okay, so illegal immigrants, they get caught, they can't work, right?
Right.
So while they're being processed, they're here, they can't work. Well,
they do, but
they're not supposed to.
Right.
Yeah. So, you know what my solution to that is? If you can find a port of entry and you can pass a background check, you get a fucking visa to work.
You know what my solution to that is?
What?
Build the wall and keep illegals out.
It's a bad solution. You're just going to keep getting illegals.
It's not a bad solution.
Yes.
You were offering. Now, it's funny that we got on this because this is very indicative to what I talked about earlier, right? Like with the learn the code. These people that I was saying about rural America, the people in these institutions, they always seek for you to live in a utopia that they themselves are unwilling to live in. Right? And so they'll tell you walls are racist, gated communities are racist, guns are bad. They have armed guards, they have gated communities. They'll tell you, you can't go to the restaurant, you're a coward because COVID, you have to stand. Then they go to the restaurant and they eat. They tell you that your vehicle that you use to drive back and forth and work is killing the climate, but they fly on private jets and go wherever they want. They want illegal immigrants because illegal immigrants are the best. And if you complain about them, there's a problem with you. And so we should just accept more and more illegal immigrants and leave them do their things. But they don't want them in their community because it'll lower their property values and there'll be cultural issues. So instead of saying, so what you're really advocating for is benefiting the elites of society to the detriment of the people that are on the lowest rungs of society because you don't have to deal with the consequences of it. Who gives a fuck? It's like Mark Zuckerberg living in LA or San Francisco, wherever he lives. A block away, there are homeless people defecating on the street, but he's in his fucking castle. So who cares? And he'll keep putting money in to support the policies that lead to those homeless people defecating on the street. He doesn't have to deal with the consequences. He gets all the benefits of the virtue signaling and the cheap labor and all the shit that he wants, but he doesn't deal with the consequences. So what I'm saying is, if the people that are doing the best in our society economically and have the most means are unwilling to accept these people, then the solution is to keep these people out, not to foist them on people that don't want them in their communities.
Okay, so you were just telling me that you have mom and pop stores who can't find people to work for them.
That's true.
If we had more people that were willing to work low-end jobs in this country, then your mom and pop stores would be able to have employees there.
If we had a system that didn't have a massive welfare state that encouraged and facilitated people not working, particularly young people, then we wouldn't have these places that needed workers. It is not sustainable. Like, for example, you could approach open borders in the Milton Friedman sense. You could say, I think America should be for anyone who wants to work. And so we should have open borders, but no welfare state. That theoretically could work. It could. Are you for eliminating the welfare state?
I think that if you're going to have, so you say open borders, which, yeah, so, okay, we can use that term if you'd like. So I think that if you're going to have open borders, you've got to give the immigrants that come in something for a little bit, but then if they can't, if they end up trying to being on the system for a while, a long time, I don't know what the number is, then yeah, you would probably have to kick them off the welfare and maybe kick them out of the country.
Okay, so we have, depending on the numbers, anywhere from 11 million to 30 million illegals in this country. It's probably higher than that.
Illegals can't get jobs. They're not supposed to work.
Okay.
That's the problem. Is that they're illegals because we don't have a system that's helping them get a
How are they living? How are they living? They're not getting government.
They're probably getting government.
Okay, so we should kick them out, right?
No, because they're still being processed.
So many of these illegals have been here 30 years, 20 years, 10 years.
I would love to see numbers on that.
How many illegals do you think there are in this country?
Well, most of the illegal immigrants here are overstayed visas.
Okay, nonetheless.
So if you're talking about them, then yeah, sure, we can kick them out, but they're not usually people that are on welfare.
Okay. The question is, there are, I'm not going to get into the details. It's probably difficult to find. I think that you would agree with me that there are millions of people that have been here over 2 years that are illegal that weren't people that just overstayed their visas.
So are you talking about illegal immigrants that are waiting to be processed or illegal immigrants that are flying under the radar?
Both, but mostly those that are flying under the radar for the purposes of this conversation.
Okay, so under my system, those people wouldn't have to fly under the radar.
What does it matter? They are. They're living. If they were starving to death, they wouldn't be here. So they're either getting welfare or they're working.
Well, they can't get welfare unless they're stealing somebody's identity, in which case I would say to kick them out because they're stealing somebody's identity.
Right. Okay, so I want to clarify this. You would be for kicking out any illegal immigrant that has stayed more than whatever the processing time would be, a year or two, right?
Well, they get kicked out after the processing time. That's the way it is.
No, they don't. How do you kick them out if you can't find them?
Are you talking about people who run away from their court hearings?
Yes. And other people. There are people There are people that have overstayed that have been here for years. There are people like you're very naive about this if you think that there aren't entire communities of illegals that have been here for years and years and years, right? That are flying under the radar. There are millions of them.
If they're flying under the radar, they aren't getting welfare unless they're stealing somebody's identity.
Okay, so you would say all of those people, even if it's in the millions, should be booted out. If Trump came into office and said, we're now going to send ICE into these communities, you would say absolutely kick them all out.
No, so if Trump came into office and said that we're going to find the illegal immigrants that are stealing people's identities and kick them out, I wouldn't care about that.
Okay, so you would say that the crime of identity theft, every single illegal immigrant that committed that crime should be deported?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, let's see if I can find numbers on that.
But however, I would also say that the only reason they're committing the identity theft is because we do not have a system that allows them to become citizens the proper way.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter why. That would be irrelevant, right?
Okay, so if you want to prevent the crime of illegal immigrants committing identity theft, you let them become citizens so that they can work, so that they can.
But you just said that they should be deported.
Yes, under the current system, my ideal system would allow them to become citizens.
Well, we're doing
would have allowed them to become citizens before they even came here and was had to.
Okay, well, my ideal system would have been to stop Hitler before he rose to power, but we can't go back in time. So, seeing as how we can't, the people that are here now that committed identity theft, you're for deporting them all. And if that's 5 million people, you're okay with
that. Yeah, if you want to do that, so what I would want is for us to allow immigrants to come in as citizens. And then if you want to kick out the ones that are currently here committing identity theft, then yeah, I would be fine with that.
Okay, and the ones that come are citizens.
But the ones that come from this point forward,
they get to vote, they get to vote, they get to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
As all the benefits of citizens. Yeah, you're delusional.
Because what is not going to work is for us to kick everyone out that's doing identity theft right now and then continue to have a broken immigration system, because you're just going to get more.
What happens is the Democrat position on this, and basically the establishment Republican position, is this. They say, we need to deal with the illegals who are here. We need the dreamers. We need to make them citizens. All these illegals here, we need to make citizens. We need to give them rights. We need to do this. And then later we'll secure the border. The truth is we should do the opposite. Until we secure the border and make sure that there isn't a mass influx, we should not be considering giving any benefits to the people that broke the law to come here, and are many continuing to break even more serious laws like identity theft. Let me ask you this. What is the given that your stance is anyone that comes to the border that, quote, can pass a background check should immediately be made a citizen of this country?
They should be able to apply, yes.
What is the maximum amount of people we could accept like that?
Assuming that everyone's following the you got to get a job within a certain amount, I think that we could probably do that for I mean, I don't know a number, but I think we could do that for a lot of people. And if
give me a ballpark.
I don't know enough about that to be able to even ballpark it. I would probably say we could probably hold a few million people in here.
A few million. So we have 30 million now illegals.
Oh, well, then we can hold a lot more than that because we're.
A lot more. So
yes.
Okay. So you're the one who's offering to do something that no society.
Listen,
real quick, let me finish.
Okay.
You're the person that's suggesting that the United States should do something that no country in the history of the world has done, which is to have a completely open border system. That anyone that comes that could pass a basic background check should not just be allowed in as a guest, but should be given full citizenship. It is unprecedented in the history of any civilized country. So I would think that when you're suggesting something like that, that you should have some sort of idea of what the extremities of that would be. What is the breaking point? I'm not saying you have to have the exact number, but you would think that you would have some sort of ball figure. You're like a couple million. Oh, wait, 30 million here? Well, then we could do a lot more.
Okay, so
it
right
seems
now,
if you want a radical departure from what every country in history has done, that you would have more of an idea of what this program would look like.
So right now, if we're holding 30 million illegal immigrants, these are people who are going to be the least productive of the immigrants for our economy. then I feel like we could probably hold a lot more legal immigrants that are going to be able to work and pay taxes and do all that stuff, the responsibilities.
So is your wanting of these illegal immigrants to get citizens purely for the economic viability of this country? In other words, you're saying that this country, the United States, should be allowed to pick and choose who becomes citizens of this country based on the perceived benefit
No, that's
to
not what I'm
this
saying.
country.
That's not
So
what I'm
you're
saying.
saying that there's okay, so then there's a moral aspect to this.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so explain how that moral aspect works when eventually we tell the world anyone who comes could be a citizen as long as you can pass a background check. And then let's say 300 million people come. And you're like, oh shit, this is way too much. We can't. How do you pick and choose which ones get sent home now?
How are we picking and choosing now?
Well, I'm not embracing it morally. I don't think we have a moral right or a moral obligation to people that are illegals. If they can't withhold our system and our laws and our values, then they're not entitled to be here. I'm not. So my system is, I'm sorry, I embrace a system that says we should not intentionally be causing harm to other nations around the world. However, our government should be rabidly nationalist in that it is providing for the people of this country first and foremost. And that means that we don't have moral obligations to take in poor people from around the world. You're saying that there is some sort of moral component. So my question to you is, given that you're making this economic viability argument, right, and that this would be such beneficial to the United States economically, my question to you is, once it becomes, we get to a number that, whatever that number may be, that it's harming us economically, how do you tell these people that you say you have a moral obligation to accept, sorry, we're not going to accept you?
Because at the point where it starts economically harming America, it's going to start harming our ability to even take people in the first place. So yes, you would eventually have to, if we got to a point to where our GDP started going down, we started being able to not produce for our own citizens, which we're not at the point right now, which we're not able to produce for.
Are we producing for our own citizens?
We produce enough for our own citizens. We have a distribution problem. We have plenty for everyone. We just don't distribute it.
Do you think these people that are coming in are going to use more resources from the government or less than the average citizen?
I think that at first they would probably end up using more resources in order to get on their feet, but eventually they're going to get a job because that's what they come here for. They come here for work. They're going to get a job and they're going to provide for our economy the same way that American citizens do.
Do you think that people that have jobs that don't have a high school education, which is what almost all of these illegals would be getting, do you think that those people are less likely to use government resources than the average person in this country?
People who don't have high school educations? They're obviously more likely. They're more likely to end up in jail.
So your argument that these people will eventually, they'll need resources at first, but then they'll get a job. But the kind of jobs they're going to get are the type of jobs you can get without a high school education, that you don't know the basic language, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so those people are still going to be more likely to need government assistance, correct?
Until they get a job, yeah.
But the job that they're going to get isn't like nuclear physicist.
No.
The job they're going to get is a job that could be got without a high school diploma, that you could barely speak the language.
But people who have high school diploma and are on welfare still produce for the economy.
Okay, so then your argument, when you said we have enough resources, it's just a distribution problem. Well, won't these people also suffer from that distribution problem? Because they're going to be people, even once they get a job, that are more likely to need these resources that we have a problem distributing.
Yeah, they're going to be victims of the same distribution problems that our current poor people in America are.
Okay, so given that, why would we accept a number of them and make them citizens?
Well, I'm saying we accept a number of them until until it's determined that we can't anymore economically.
Do you think that, okay, so then our moral obligation ceases once the people become an economic detriment to us?
Our moral obligation ceases when they become an economic detriment, because once they start becoming an economic detriment, it's going to start hindering our ability to actually be able to fulfill any type of moral obligation to them.
Like the status quo?
What do you mean, like the status quo?
If we couldn't, the status quo is that there are tons and tons of illegal immigrants that aren't living the best life because we're unable to provide the resources for them.
Well, we're able to, we just don't.
Okay, so then wouldn't the best thing to do to send them back and make sure more don't come?
No, because they're living even worse lives where they were. That's why they
Okay,
come here.
fair enough. Then the argument would be, then why stop anyone? As long as you could say, even if they're living in squalor here, it's still better than where they would be back home. So then once it becomes economically detrimental to us, wouldn't that same argument apply? But if we send them home, it'll be worse for them.
Yeah, it might be worse for them, but then we're going to make the lives of everyone in America worse in order to get them in.
So then the question becomes that our moral obligation ceases to exist once the amount of people we take in is detrimental to people that already live in this country.
Once the amount of people we take in is detrimental to the people who are already, including the immigrants that we are taking in.
Right.
Because you do know that this isn't like a one lump sum that we'd be taking in, right? It's a thing that happens over time. And if we got to a point to where we couldn't take any, where we were saying, oh, well, this is actually becoming a detriment, it's not like we would stop taking in immigrants. We would take in less immigrants than we were. And then if they're still becoming a detriment, we would take in less immigrants than we were. But we would still be taking in immigrants.
So how many immigrants do you think are coming across the border since a month since Biden's been in office?
I have no idea.
So it's at all-time highs. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I could find them, but it's like over 200,000 a month. It depends on the month. But so do you think more or less would come if we announced everyone that comes gets citizenship?
Probably more.
Right. How many? If you had to guess, how many more?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you said originally we could take a few million, right? I would think it would be very reasonable. This is a lowballing that 1 million a month would come.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. If 200,000, when they're having this terrible system that we're told about, they're detained, they're shipped around. I think that certainly if you said, not only will we not do that, but we'll make you a citizen of this country. Yeah, I think that 1 million would be a very lowball number.
Okay.
How long do you think we could manage that? 1 million a month?
I don't know. We would stop having to detain these people. We would stop having to pay for the courts for their asylum hearing because they're not claiming asylum in order to stay here. They're just getting citizenship. So
we'd get even more than that.
There would be money freed up in the system for us to be able to provide for them for a little bit.
Let's say that would you consider yourself a progressive?
Yes.
Do you support things like gay marriage?
Yes.
Okay, let's say that a bunch of people from Middle Eastern, like 10 million people from Middle Eastern country come in 1 month. And then they move into an area and they say, oh, now we have the voting book to say we think Sharia law should be implemented. We think gay marriage should be made illegal. We think that all this woke shit and money shouldn't go. You would say that's fine. They're citizens. Their vote counts. And so there's no problem.
I think there would be citizens, their vote would count, but I don't think that we're going to get so many people in here voting that's going to end up impacting any type of cultural progress that we've made.
Well, we just said, for example, if we don't even take the million, if we just take the 200,000 a month that's coming, and let's assume that even half of them vote, that's 100,000 votes a month that we're bringing in. We're talking about an election for president that was decided by basically 45,000 votes. So the idea that these people, and most of them would be moving into certain communities, and you already articulated that local government's more important than federal government. So certainly they would massively change the culture and the politics locally of wherever they initially went. Easily. And then after a year or two of this, at some point they would be enough to influence, because what you have to understand is our politics is so divided at this point. No one's winning elections 60% to 40%, right? It's almost always always
like being decided by on the amount of whether or not, because you're like focusing on this voting point. What if we just put a time period on that? You have to be here for 10 years before you vote.
Well, it's convenient that you're changing now. You said that we should give them citizenship. Now you're like, oh, there's a predictable. So there's a litany of obvious predictable problems that would come.
Even if they don't have
the ability, even if they don't have the ability to vote, there's still going to be massive cultural changes that would occur. Right? Where would we put these people, for example? Let's say a bunch of people decided they wanted to move around Martha's Vineyard. Would the people of Martha's Vineyard be happy that these communities cropped up around them? Maybe communities that, even if it wasn't the national law, wanted to engage in Sharia law. Would they be happy with it?
I would imagine that if people brought Sharia law to America, Americans wouldn't be happy. I don't think that that's an
You know
outcome.
about Dearborn?
No,
you know about the problem of female genital mutilation that's now cropping up in the United States?
Don't think that that's a very widespread concern. It would be a widespread
unless
concern.
you live in Dearborn. Then it would be a widespread concern, right?
So tell me about Dearborn.
So there are rates of female genital mutilation. There are communities where people have been killed for engaging in adultery.
Mm-hmm.
There is radical Islamic extremism that is occurring in our country, in Dearborn, Michigan, because of communities that have formed of people that were immigrants that have brought some of the most politicized forms of Islam to those local communities. So, for example, if I would have told you 10 years ago that female genital mutilation was a problem in the United States, you would have laughed at me. It is now. Right? And who's to say, if you're saying we should accept anyone who comes that can pass a background check, who's to say that these sort of cultural practices from around the world, because what you're going to see is people from all over the world, particularly places that, feel oppressed or have repressive regimes, they're going to be coming here. And it's one thing to accept a flow of controlled immigration going through a proper process. That's you get people that are determined to move here, that want to embrace the values of this country. That's why some of the best Americans I know are first generation immigrants. But it's another thing to say, oh, we could just come and reap all of these benefits? Fuck it, let's go.
The benefits of coming here and working, yes.
What are you talking about? First off, you're so utopian. This is the problem with somebody how fast do you think the system would be, right? Are you really trying to tell me that you think this system, right, this progressive system, that if they don't get a job in, say, 3 months, that you're going to see prominent people in the Democratic Party, the media, academia, the entertainment industry, fuck them, let them starve to death or deport them? You think that's really going to happen?
So I'm telling you the system that I want. I'm not going to talk about I'm not going to defend what the people in Democratic media would want.
How many months do they? Okay, fine. How many months do they have to get a job?
I don't know. I told you I don't know.
You're defending your system. You just said that we can't engage in how this would play out in reality. So, it's your system.
In order for me to actually know that, I would have to know how much these people cost, how much the America actually could handle when it comes to stuff like that, and I don't know. I would leave it up. I would leave it up to experts. Who
and what do you think those experts are going to do? You think that the experts that would embrace this plan are going to be the type of people that would be like, well, if they have 3 months, they don't have a job, let's round them up and kick their ass out?
So,
do they even have that ability? They can't. We don't know. We don't know by a factor of 11 million to 30 million how many illegals are here.
So
right?
I can only give you, Rob, I can only give you the concepts of what I would want. I cannot give you specific numbers. What is a number? What is the number of immigrants that you would want?
It is not a matter of you have to give me a specific number. It is a matter of you have to give me some idea. For example, let's say, let me answer the question that I'm. Let me answer.
You did, and I was going to continue
with it. A year to 2 years. Let's say I'm embracing your plan. I say if you can't get a job within a year to 2 years, then we send you back. Okay, is that fair? For the sake of argument, we can go with that. A year to 2 years.
Okay.
Okay. Who pays for their ticket home?
I would imagine us. The same way. The same way we do illegal immigrants right now.
Fair enough. Okay, so we pay for the ticket home. That year or 2 years, that entire time, they would be getting government benefits in the process before they exhausted the time when they had to get a job, correct?
Probably, yes. Just like illegal immigrants are now.
Okay, so
the ones that are being processed.
So you just gave people citizenship for 2 years and gave them a free vacation where they lived off of our government for 2 fucking years and then sent them on a paid trip back home.
Yeah, so you're assuming that these people are going to come and just accept welfare and not want and get sent back home. You're assuming that these people are going to come and that would be their goal. That is not the goal of the average illegal immigrant. The average illegal immigrant and legal immigrants is to come here and work. That is what they want. They want to live the American dream.
That's not necessarily true. But even if for the sake of argument that was true, that's under our current system where you have to go through barriers in order to get in. A system where we were like, imagine this. Let me ask you this. Let's say you lived in Guatemala, okay? And let's say that you were told, if you come to the United States, you can get free healthcare, free education, free room, free board for up to 2 years. right? Would you take that deal?
If I was a poor person from Guatemala,
yes,
I would want to come in America to work.
Yeah, not. That's not the question.
Because
if
I don't work,
would you take? Would
yes, of
anyone
course.
with half a brain say no?
If I don't work, then I'm going to get sent back to Guatemala where I don't want to be.
Why Why do people in the United States that live here not work?
There's a multitude of reasons why people in the United States don't work.
Give me some.
Addiction problems.
Okay.
Mental health problems.
Okay.
What is the one that you're looking for?
I'm just asking. You gave me two. Let's take those two. Fine. Okay. So let's say the person from Guatemala comes and they intended to work, but then they suffer addiction or mental health problems. Now what?
I guess they would end up not getting a job and you send them back.
No, even though it's because of addiction or mental health problems, you say, sorry, you're on your way out.
Yeah.
You think that would happen?
Wait, I'm not giving you a scenario that I even think is feasible underneath the current system that we have. I'm giving you my ideal solution. And I think that we can start working towards this solution.
The problem with utopian ideal solutions is you have to look at how they would be implemented in the real world.
Okay, so what is your solution?
My solution is to secure the border and not leave any illegal.
So what does that mean? How do you secure the border?
We put a wall up. We start arresting people that are knowingly hiring illegal immigrants. People that are illegal immigrants that have committed any sort of offense that's beyond something like a traffic ticket or something like that should be deported. We immediately end chain immigration. We make a signal to the world that if you come here, you will not be allowed in. Now, it won't completely eliminate illegal immigration, but it will send a signal to the world that not only do we have a physically secure border, not only will we actively be looking for you if you're here, including going after the people that give you the incentive to come, the employers, but if you do get caught, we're going to send you back immediately, which would mean that many of those people would never try to make that trip in the first place. That's why the numbers of the people that are coming massively increased when the Democrats took power, because they thought if they came while Trump was here, they would be told they had to leave. But if they come while Biden's here, then they'll be welcomed in, which is what's happening.
Do you think that people who are in dire straits in other countries are not going to attempt America just because they're going to get sent back to their country?
No, that's like saying if we make a murder illegal, don't you think people will still murder? Of course, but it'll massively decrease the amount of murders. Similar here, it would massively decrease the incentive for people to try to come, and it would massively decrease the ability for them to get in. So we would go from seeing hundreds of thousands to far less that would be trying to come. We would tell them that they're not going to get welfare benefits if they come here. So they wouldn't have the incentive. They would know that if they come here, they would have to live in the shadows, wouldn't have benefits, and if they got caught, they would be sent back.
They're already living in the shadows.
So it would be even worse then. They're living in the shadows. I mean, I don't understand your point. Can you explain to me then why the amount of people that were coming massively increased when Biden got in office?
My guess is that the people who were advertising for people to come were advertising that Biden was going to be soft on them.
Oh, but there's living in shadows, so that can't be true.
So if we were to make that our policy and that were to be our policy, people are still going to come. Because they're going to be like, there's not going to be a time where this is going to get better for me in America, but being in America is still better for me than here. So I'm going to make the attempt.
But the number would be massively decreased.
I don't.
It might be as much of a drain at first. Because if they were here, they would be unable to receive the benefits that they're currently receiving. They would not be able to receive them. And so the benefits they would get when they came here would be far less, which would be less incentive. Second, they would not be told that there's some sort of open border, so there'd be less incentive for them to make the trek. Third, there would be more physical removal of them and physical barriers to them getting in. And your argument is, yeah, but some people would still try. Sure. People still try in Israel with the wall that was there and their strict immigration system, but they have almost zero illegal immigration. Doesn't mean people still don't try.
Okay. I think that if under your system, we would still have a lot of immigration. I think that we would be reaping far less of any benefits from immigration. And we would lose workers. Like you said, Americans don't want to work. It's going to put people who are in dire straits in even worse situations, because less of them are going to succeed, and less of them are going to, and more of them are going to die trying.
What do you mean? The illegals?
Yes.
Not our problem.
Okay, well, I mean, that's just, I guess.
A lot of them die. Where's your bleeding heart for the women that are raped trying to cross because they've been lied to by let me finish. They've been lied to by people saying that there were open borders. Where's your bleeding heart for them?
So I don't think it's good that people are getting raped when they come over here. It's
that's
unfortunate.
what
Wait, it's
happens.
unfortunate that they have to have people smuggle them over the border. It's too bad that there wasn't like a system they can go through and actually like go to an American and be like, hey, I want to be a citizen of this country without having to go through smugglers that's going to rape them.
But what would happen would be inevitably under your system, this stuff would exacerbate again, because you would say at some point we would say enough is enough and we would kick people out, but people would still try to come. People would still try to come, and then when we saw the kids drowning in rivers and the parents sending their kids by themselves and the human smugglers that would crop up then, and it would be far more, because people would say, but that's not fair. You left my sister in. You left these hundreds of millions of people in before me because you said you had a moral obligation to do so, and now you're saying no. And so those people that died of that rape and that murder and the drug smuggling and all that shit that occurred, you would be, where would your bleeding heart be for them?
Maybe it's the case that we would be able to just infinitely take in all these people as long as they get jobs, because the economy is not a zero-sum game. I mean, I don't know what would happen. I know that the system that we have now isn't working. The systems that Trump was implementing wasn't working, and I know that your system wouldn't work.
My system would be far better. I agree with you that the system's not working, and that's because no one's taking securing our borders seriously. Even the countries that are considered far more progressives and SOCDEM that people speak to have a far more serious immigration system. Far more serious. Now, they're making huge fuck-ups with the mass influx of refugees that many of them are accepting, but you're starting to see right-wing groups crop up in these former social democracies, or socialist democracies, because people are fed up with that. All of the things we're talking about is purely just economics, which, as I've already said, people that are wealthy don't want these people in their neighborhoods because they understand that it is a decline to them. It is beneficial to the GDP, and overarchingly, it's benefit to them to virtue signal. It's beneficial because it helps drive the culture into a compliant way of sort of a serfdom that they seek. They want us all to not be independent. They want us all to be their workers. That's what they want. So, but they don't want us to live amongst them. They don't want the illegals to live amongst them. They're not interested in that. And so you're advocating for
in my world, they
that
wouldn't be illegal, but go ahead.
You're advocating for a world that benefits the wealthiest of people because it allows them to have a cheap influx of any amount of labor that they want, and that these people then would come and be given citizenship, and they would be compliant and vote in the way that these people want, right? Hopefully. And if they didn't, then they would find some reason to say, well, we no longer accept this. That would be the case. That's one of the reasons that they didn't accept a lot of the illegals that were trying to flee from Cuba, because they tended to be more conservative, and so they didn't want them. But nonetheless, it's a pie-in-the-sky utopia bullshit, right? That's what it is. And it just ignores so much of human nature and reality. We haven't even talked about the massive cultural shifts that much. We talked a little about it in places like Dearborn, but it would be massive. You would be literally advocating for importing the population of the United States time and time again. You said perhaps there would be no upward influx as long as it was good economically, so be it. So that means if we could increase the population of this country to 1 billion people and that would increase the GDP, you would say, fine, no problem, do it. Never minding how that speedy rush of that many people, doubling or tripling the population, would have massive implications to the culture of this country. It's just hand waved away, but it would be good.
Because
it would be
usually
good.
immigrants end up integrating into our culture more so than, yes, they do, more so than we integrate into theirs.
That's not true.
Okay.
Well, that might technically be true, but what the fuck does that matter?
Because
the reason we could see, that's why you could see all sorts of immigrant communities in cities. People tend to promulgate around people that are similar to them culturally. That's why you see ghettoization of people that came from, like Italian ghettos in the past, or Irish ghettos, or we see Islamic ghettos. That's why we see Hispanic ghettos. We see black ghettos, right? That people tend to live with people that are similar racially or culturally to them. And so the idea that they're just, like, for God's sakes, if that was the case, then why is there such a move to say that, well, we shouldn't have English as a national language, right? We have all of these people, right? Now, it is true that, you know which groups tend to assimilate more? The ones that go through the process and do it legally. They tend to assimilate quite well. But like you can see what happens when you just accept anyone. You can see this like in Germany. You can see this in places like Sweden where they have to put signs up. It's like, it's not appropriate to fondle that woman's breast. Oh, women, you shouldn't be out past curfew. We can't have mixed gender swimming pools anymore. That's the sort of thing. That's not assimilation into a culture. Now, that's not to say that every illegal has a vastly different culture like that, but they do have different cultures. And if you're talking about a system, an immigration system that quite literally, predictably would lead to doubling the population of this country in a short time period, like 1 or 2 years, it is ludicrous to say that that wouldn't lead to a massive cultural shift. And along with that massive cultural shift would be all sorts of things that would occur, such as pogroms, fighting in between people in those cultures, increased division and things of that nature. It's just nonsense.
I'm not saying that things will be perfect. I'm not saying that every single person is going to assimilate. I'm saying in general, immigrants tend to assimilate, and yes, immigrants tend to learn our language. And if the first generation immigrants don't learn our language or assimilate, the second and third generations certainly do.
Why would they learn? Why would they have to learn the language? Right?
Because in order to be able to do business with the people here.
As who? How long do you think it takes them to learn the language?
I don't know.
Ballpark. 5 years?
I don't know how long it takes an immigrant. Like, maybe 5 years. I don't know. Why?
Because you're literally talking about doubling the size of this country in a year.
You think it would double the size of the country in a year?
Yes. I think that if you told the world, as long as you could pass a background check, you will be made a total United States citizen, that we would easily see 300 million people in a year or two come. Easily. Without a doubt.
I don't think that 300 million people even have the ability to get here.
Says who?
Because I think that if they did have the ability to try to get here, they would have already tried.
You do? You think
yes.
That? So then your argument would be, if that's true, would you have said that, excuse me, in 2018?
Probably, yes.
Then how did we have doubling and tripling of the amount of people?
I would have to look that up. I would have to look that up.
Let me.
My guess.
Please let me finish.
Okay.
It would be impossible for an increase in amount of people to come in because everyone trying to come here is already tried.
Okay, I'm not saying an increase. Listen, I'm not saying there wouldn't be an increase. I'm saying that I don't think that we're going to have a doubling of the United States population in 2 years.
Why wouldn't we?
Because I don't think that we have a doubling of the United States population that would be able to get here within 2 years. I don't think we had that many people. There would be an increase. Yes, there would be an increase. I don't think it would be as drastic as you're making it out to be.
I think it would be. I think easily we would see.
Okay, I mean
50 million people a year.
I mean, easily, that's just a thing that neither of us could possibly know. And
well, that's because. Can you explain to me if this is such a good plan? Why no other country in the history of the world has done it?
I don't know. I'd have to look up what the immigration policies of other countries are and why it is that they have these type of immigration policies.
Don't you think? I mean, again, it's weird. All of these high-minded politics, like Martha's Vineyard, everyone knows that these people are good economically. They just haven't been able to figure it out. This immigration policy clearly
it's a priority for Martha's Vineyard.
Clearly, it has nothing to do with priority. It has everything to do.
People
so you mean to tell
differently.
You mean to tell me that the people of Martha's Vineyard are like, oh look, free money on the table. We're not going to take it. It's not a priority.
I don't think the immigrants are free money on the table. I think that they help the GDP overall.
But you said it helps their community.
It can, yes.
Okay, so if I was able to say, you mean all I have to do is for a small investment? No.
And
I get a massive benefit to my community.
There are probably stipulations to my plan that I haven't thought of because I've only thought of this, like, broadly speaking, that would need to be put into place. Like, for example, maybe there should be a time limit on voting. I don't know. Maybe there should be a limit to where they can go. Maybe we find communities that need workers and we send it to the communities that need workers. I don't know. But there are stipulations. I can admit that my plan would probably need more thought. Whereas I don't think that you think that your plan needs more thought.
That's right. And you think that's beneficial for you? For your side of the ledger? You being like, no, I haven't thought about this shit, but you have?
I think that I recognize the complexity of this issue way more than you do.
no. I recognize the complexity.
I think that you're insane
honestly.
if you think that putting up a wall is going to stop people who are starving in other countries, or going to stop people who are victims of gang crimes from trying to come over here. I think that if they think that they have a chance,
Did I say that? No. See, that's you strawmanning me. I said, let me repeat what I said. Yes, there will always be people that try to come illegally. However, what we could do is massively diminish the signal to those people, let those people know when they come they will not be getting the benefits that they thought they would get previously, and actually put physical barriers up to prevent them from getting in. And then once they get in, have programs that are designed to punish the people that gave them the incentive to come and to deport them. That's what I said. And your argument's like, but some would get through. Some would get through. So you're not looking at it new. No, I understand that. Just like, for example, if I said, I think that we should make, I don't know, take some, if I was like, I think we should make driving motorcycles illegal. Yes, it's true. People would still drive motorcycles, but it would massively decrease the amount of people that were driving motorcycles, probably. Right? Your idea, it's just nonsensical.
Okay, so it's already illegal to cross the border without going through a port of entry. We still have massive amounts of people doing it. So I think that if you have a diminished signal to the rest of the world, it might lower immigration for a little bit while people wait for a better signal. But if that better signal doesn't come, I think the immigration is going to rise back to about where it is right now, because at a certain point, people are going to be desperate enough to attempt it, regardless of what.
I don't. So why are that? It's one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard. I mean, it's hard to engage with you in good faith on this, because I think you're being good faith, but you're literally just a fucking idiot. I don't know how else to put it. It's one of the dumbest things. I just think that people would come into the same level if you stopped them from coming in and didn't say, okay, we'll let you in, but you have to report to court. It would be the same. It would just be the same. That all history bears out. All history of every country bears that out to not be true. Our recent history bears that out to not be true. The idea that it's like, well, if people are going to attempt to come, like, again, I could say that, well, hey, if people are going to rape, why even make rape illegal? Instead, we should legalize rape and tell people.
The reason why we make rape illegal is because people who rape are incompatible with society, and we have to get those people away from society, so we put them in jail.
But it has to do with the utility. There are people that have urges to rape, right?
Yeah.
And so making it won't diminish the amount of rapes by making it illegal.
We get those
correct?
people off of the streets, so they don't have a chance to rape again.
Oh, just like having these barriers would get people that are trying to come across to make sure that they aren't able to get through, which would then send a signal to the rest of the people that this is illegal and they wouldn't be able to come.
A wall isn't a very good barrier to keep people out. You would have to man the border massively in order to actually keep people from coming in illegally.
Sure, great.
Okay, so how much money are you willing to spend on that?
Well, what did they want to spend? Was it $14 billion or something they wanted on Trump's wall?
No, I'm talking about manning the border.
Right. We would have the wall. We would. I do think we should increase border. In fact, I think that many of our military bases across the world, I think that they should be stationed on the southern border. So let's take some of those bases that are used to bomb brown people around the world and actually protect our borders instead of borders of countries around the world to enrich Raytheon. Yeah. Probably costs about the same. Probably save a lot of money actually doing that, and then actually having those soldiers do something useful.
So my guess is that whatever the hell we're doing overseas has a lot more of a impact than you're giving it credit for.
It does. I agree. It actually does have a lot more of an impact. For example, it has contributed to destabilizing of countries all around the world, which suffers blowback to us, such as our involvement in places like Libya, where they're now open slave markets. So yeah, it definitely has a big impact.
Is America the reason for open slave markets in Libya?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't know anything about the issue. You could be right. I don't know.
They're the reason because they deposed the leader of that country and then left it in fucking shambles, just like Afghanistan, just like Iraq.
So, which countries in specifically do you want to get troops out of?
I think that we should have bases. We shouldn't have bases stationed in 400 and something locales around the world in hundreds of countries. I don't think we should do that.
No bases whatsoever.
We can have some, but the vast majority of what we're doing.
I don't know. I mean,
what's the matter? Let me ask you this: do you support sending money to the money we've sent to Ukraine?
Yes.
How much should we send?
I don't have a number. But these are questions.
How much have we sent? So we've sent hundreds of billions so far.
Well,
we'll probably end up sending.
most of that's been in military equipment. We're not sending like cash.
Okay, we'll probably end up sending trillions, just like Afghanistan. We spent over $1 trillion. If we could spend that money, it's so funny to listen to lefties that don't have a fucking problem spending money at the drop of a $1 trillion infrastructure bills. No problem. Inflation Reduction Act that everyone's now admitting has nothing to do with reducing inflation. No problem. Sign on the dotted line. Oh, border security? No, that's too expensive. We can't do that. Now all of a sudden you're fiscally conservative. Now all of a sudden it's, well, wait a minute. We need line item, how much everything's going to cost the whole time. When it comes to Ukraine, blank fucking check. So, hundreds of billions,
Rob,
no problem.
Rob, the reason why I ask you how much you're willing to spend on border security is because you're the one that seems to have a problem with spending.
$100 billion a year. More than enough.
You think the $100 billion a year would be enough to completely secure the border?
Yep.
How many people per mile does $100 billion a year buy us?
Well, let's see. What's the length of the border, the southern border?
I don't know.
Let's look that up. Almost 2,000 miles. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's less than that, but we'll just say 2,000 miles. So let's say then that we will man, let's put every mile, let's put 20 people.
20 people per mile.
Yeah. Sound good to you? Would that be enough?
I don't know. This is your plan.
Okay, let's say 100 people a mile. Is that enough for you?
Okay.
Okay, 100 a mile, right, for 2,000. So how many people is that?
200,000? No, 400,000?
No, it would be 200,000, right?
No, 100 people per 2,000. For 2,000 miles, you have to double the number somewhere, because it's 2,000. But no, hold on. I'm sorry. It's late. I'm gonna go. I'm wrong. Go ahead.
All right. So 200,000 people. So let's say that we pay each of those. What do they get? 80,000 a year, servicemen?
Maybe.
Okay. So let's do the math.
What did we say it was? 200,000?
Mm-hmm. My
16 billion? Is that what that is?
Okay, 16 billion. I've allocated 100 billion. That's way more.
Okay, and then you gotta have facilities to
Sure.
hold them in.
Well, we have $84 billion left over of our budget a year.
But you gotta have like facilities all the way across. Like you can't just.
Yep, absolutely. $84 billion would be more than enough per year to pay for those facilities.
Okay.
There you go. There's my number.
So you want to spend $100 billion on securing the border a
Yes.
year, every year?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of
Sure.
economic
It,
impacts?
it wouldn't be anywhere near that, but for the sake of argument, I'm absolutely willing to do that.
Okay. And
Sure.
what kind of economic impacts do you think that having less immigrants in this country is going to have?
It wouldn't be less immigrants, it would be less illegal immigrants. If we needed more legal immigrants, then we could have that sort of system. But we need to stop these illegal immigrants coming. Nonetheless, I'm not going to listen to people like you lecture me that want a blank check to be sent to any foreign cause that the progressives seem to want to speak to, or any budget, $1 trillion budgets. Do you support, for example, Bernie Sanders eliminating college tuition and student debt plan?
Yeah, I think so.
That had $1 trillion price tag. Did you support many
But
of the features?
I think that it would be massively beneficial to America.
Did you support the many features of the Green New Deal?
I would have to go through. The green
But
the
in
one
theory, you support it.
that are you talking about the infrastructure bill that passed that had green energy stuff in it, or
No, I'm talking about the
or
Green New
what
Deal. that was
AOC
put forth.
wanted? Like the
the progressives wanted. Yes.
I don't know the specifics of what they wanted. I support
That was
investment.
going to cause trillions upon trillions.
Mhm.
Like, so again, it's always the people, and again, it's the double standards that you see, and you're part of this. You are. You don't give a shit about fiscal conservatism.
Well, no,
if I go
don't.
back, you're right. So if I go back, for example, and look at the massive stimulus bills that we're be putting, or the Inflation Reduction Act that had $1 trillion budgets? Are you going to be there being like, no, this is too much money? Are you going to have said those things?
No, the reason why I asked you about the money was because I know that that's a thing that you care about. But you're willing to spend $100 billion on securing the border, a number that you just, I'm guessing, pulled out of your ass, right? Like, because you haven't actually really thought about this.
No, I have thought about.
Well,
I have thought about.
Not really, not to the detail that you expected me to have my plan.
No. The difference is this: I've thought about exactly what I would like my plan to be, right? And I have a ballpark idea of how much that would cost, right? And I have an idea of if it costs more money, where we would get the money for that, right? That we would stop our overseas endeavors and use the money that we were stopping from there to pay for the border, right? So I had all that thought out. You are suggesting a plan that has never before been done in history, that you have exactly zero ideas of any of the details remotely surrounding it. My plan has been done throughout history all over the place, putting up walls, protecting your borders. For example, the same people like you that are now saying that walls can't work, they're too expensive, it would be detrimental. Can you explain to me why the wall in Israel has worked so effectively?
I don't know. I don't know anything about what Israel's trying to do and what it's actually doing. I just don't know.
Well, it's effective. And other
Effective
countries
at
have
what?
more
Keeping who out?
Stopping illegal immigrants.
Who?
The people that are illegals trying to come into their country.
Who's trying to go into Israel illegally?
People that are trying to go. Jim Smith from the certain areas of East Palestine. Him and his family. I believe he had 3 goats. In addition to that, his great aunt at one point attempted to go in as well. Let me see. I got a scroll here with everyone's names. Are you fucking stupid?
No. Which country? Is it Palestinians that are trying to go into Israel
There
legally?
were a bunch of people in the Middle East that thought that the standard of living would be better in Israel, and so they used to have a problem with illegal immigration. They've largely dealt with that problem by erecting a wall, manning border there, and making sure that people that come are deported.
Okay, I mean, I would have to look into see what that's about. So what I'm actually going to do is one day soon I'm going to go back through this entire immigration conversation. I'm going to pick out the points that you are making, and I'm going to do research on them, and then I'm going to hit you back up, and we're going to talk about the research that I've done.
What sort of research are you going to do? Like, give me an example.
Israel border. For example, like if we do the Israel border, I'm going to look at fact statements you're making, telling me if it's working well, what they've actually done. Maybe there's there could be situations to where the conditions in which people were living got better, so they didn't have to go as much. I mean, how much did immigration actually drop? That's that kind of thing.
Let's see. So today there are approximately 40,000 African migrants and asylum seekers in Israel, according to the Interior Ministry. About 70% are Eritrean and 20% are Sudanese, and almost all of them arrived between 2006 and 2012. In 2010, the height of the wave, about 1,500 illegally crossed from Sinai into Israel each month. After breaking ground in 2010, Israel completed the 150-mile fence in December 2013 at the cost of $450 million. Where about 9,500 Africans crossed into Israel illegally in the first 6 months of 2012. Less than 3 dozen did so after the first 6 months of 2003, at which time major components of the barrier had been completed. Illegal immigration through Sinai has dropped to 11 cases in 2016. So it went from 1,500 to 11 and 0 in 2017. The fence has also dramatically reduced the smuggling of contraband into Israel, and there have been no security breaches from Sinai since, although the local ISIS-affiliated groups fired rockets at it. With Israel's southern fence halting immigration completely, both the Trump administration and many U.S. advocates of tougher immigration have taken notice. So, I mean, you said it would be impossible. Could you explain, if those numbers are accurate, which I'm encouraging you to go look at them, but if those numbers are accurate, can you explain, because you already told me that can't be true. If people are desperate and trying to come, they're always going to be coming. And even if there was a short-term a dip in it, eventually it would rise to similar numbers. Can you explain to me how it would go from 1,500 a month to 0 in a year?
I don't know, Rob. I already told you that I'm going to do research on this.
Okay, you do research. You do research on the Israeli wall. And you find some left-wing progressive that's going to say, but it's good. Illegal immigration's good. Some left-wing progressive, by the way, that would be the first person to say, but we don't want these people in our community. And what I don't understand is, I've debated left-winger after left-winger, why you can't just be honest about human nature and like people like those that live in Martha's Vineyard. They don't fucking want the illegals. They don't want them. It's not, well, they didn't have the facility or this, that, and the other. It's stupid. Everyone knows. Everyone knows.
So
everyone
overall,
knows. And you just
Rob, hold on. Overall, yeah, I would say they probably don't want illegal immigrants because they're poor. I've already went over this with you. I don't think if a brown person, if an immigrant came over and they were building $1 million house in Martha's Vineyard, I don't think anybody in Martha's Vineyard would give a fuck about that. The idea, I think that the idea that they only held them for that busload for 2 days and then sent them to an institution that was able to better house them and get them to what the resources they need for more of a long-term stay is indicative of them not wanting illegal immigrants is fucking ridiculous. I think that's a dumbass point to try and make. That whole entire thing.
12% of the population of Martha's Vineyards are people of color. In Oak Bluffs, the neighboring community, less than 5% of the population.
Okay.
It's not a matter, like, what you don't understand is you're like, oh, Rob, hear me out. It's not that they don't like them because they're brown. They don't like them because they're poor. My entire point is, it is a burden onto the communities that house these people. Right? I'm not saying you're attributing a racial motivation to my criticisms that doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that these people bring a burden. Most of that burden is economic. Much of it is also cultural as well. Not because of the color of their skin, because they're people not from this country. And so you wouldn't want a bunch of people like that moving into your community. That doesn't make it okay, like, oh, Rob. The reason that they say that these poor border towns should have to deal with it and not them is because it's poor people that will devalue their property values. Okay, the fact that that's not a racial bias is fucking irrelevant to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It has nothing to do with race on my end. I'm not saying, I'm holding up the old Peter Griffin skin color chart and being like, oh, here's a poor, this Eastern European, he's white and he's poor and he's bringing down my home value, but that's cool, he's white, cool. I'm not saying that.
Rob, there are burdens to illegal immigration. Those burdens end up being ironed out over time, and it ends up becoming, for illegal immigration, mostly a wash. For legal immigration, it becomes mostly a beneficial thing. So I think that having
I don't believe you. I think that you're being misled, and the proof is because if that was the case, then communities that have the economic resources to bring those people in.
That's such dumb evidence. You haven't.
It would be like this. If you said, I think that neighborhoods that have a community garden, that it almost always benefits those neighborhoods. And then we looked and said, but why are the neighborhoods that have all of these resources unwilling to accept community gardens? You'd be like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. Clearly, something that's beneficial to their community they're going to embrace. And so why would these communities that have the most resources not be going out of their way to bring in members that would be of benefit to the community? It makes no sense. And you know it if you think about it and get your head out of the indoctrination. You know that that's the case. If this was something benefit and anything, these greedy, I don't want to say it that way. These people that have the means are absolutely want the best of what life has to offer, the best of what society has to offer. And so if it is true that immigrants massively improve the quality of life for these communities, then they would be going out of their way to accept them. But they're not. Because what it is when you say that it's beneficial, and I'll dig this up, right? There's this left-wing guy that's done this study, and what he talks about is how that there's a trade-off, that yes, you're right, that it does benefit GDP. However, those people also tend to use more government resources. And what happens is they tend to compete with jobs with people that are of a lower education level, and so it takes money out of them. So it's basically a wash. You're right about that with legal immigration. It's basically a wash. And what it does is, the wash is this. It benefits the wealthiest Americans, and it harms the poorest Americans.
Yeah,
but that's the wash you're defending. That's the wash you're defending. And that's just economic. That's not getting into cultural issues and things like that. So if I, for example, if I owned a business and said, look, these illegals aren't going to live anywhere near me, they're going to live 50 miles away, but the value of my business will increase 5% by having 10,000 of these illegals move in 50 miles away, I'd say, fucking hey, do it. Why not?
Yeah,
benefits me. But those people that live 50 miles away in that community, that their property values are going down, that they're having cultural issues with, that you've already admitted, it sucks for them. And so what you're doing is you are advocate as a progressive, as most good progressives do now, you are advocating for the benefit of the most powerful to the detriment of the least powerful.
Yeah, so listen,
that's what progressivism is.
Rob, I don't have any problems with wealthy people becoming more wealthy, but I think that we should have a system, where the government is taking the disproportionate benefit that these wealthy people are getting from poor people and redistribute that in ways such as free college and trade schools for people that need it. That would be great. We could take their money and taxes and build these housing centers for immigrants that need it. That would be great. There's all kinds of things that we could do if we just like distributed the wealth better.
And there you have it. And that's the end game of all of this.
Yes.
Just so everyone could see. That's what happened. They always tried to backdoor their way into their socialism and communism. That's
well,
what
I never denied it.
You point out the ludicrous nature of a policy they have, that the government intervention into doing something, you point out how that leads to all sorts of problems. And their answer is, well, then give the government more responsibility, leave them intervene even more. And then at the end of the day, like, so if we kept going down this, well, the distribution don't work.
What government intervention is causing problems?
Would you advocate for the government owning the means of production?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't think that the government is suited well enough to be able to respond as quickly.
It's not, but we could accept infinite amounts of people, and the government would be able to deal with that.
I think that they're the most well-suited people to be able to deal with it. The most well-suited institution that we have to deal with it.
Okay, so why are they the most well-suited to deal with that, but not the means of production?
Because the means of production has to be able to respond much quicker than something like immigration policy does.
You're literally suggesting an unlimited immigration policy. And so saying that you wouldn't have to respond at a fast way.
What I would want to see is a gradually rising immigration policy.
Okay, so then let's say, gradually rising, right? So once you announce this, you're clearly going to have a lot of people that are interested, citizenship to the United States. And so let's say then we have 250,000 that tried to get in this month. You announce your plan, and the next month, 1 million show up. How many do you accept?
Whatever number we decided.
Okay, what number are you deciding?
So it could be 500,000 if we did 250,000.
Okay, so you tell half a million people not welcome, go home. How do you choose which ones you're taking?
I would imagine it would be whatever way we're choosing right now. Or maybe we can come up with a better system. I would have to look and see how we're currently choosing people and see if there's a better way, if there's anyone that suggested any better ways.
Do you think we should choose based on merit? Should we choose the people that will benefit the country most?
What are we how are we choosing people now? I don't know.
How are we choosing? We're basically allowing anyone in that comes. That's what a legal immigrant, we're not choosing any of them. You're suggesting making it legal.
So but we are letting a certain amount of people in.
Sure.
Yeah, so legally. How are we choosing those people legally?
There's all kinds of ways, right?
There's 3 ways.
That come through. What's that?
There's actually 3 ways. I don't remember. There's a lottery system.
Right. We have a visa system. We have a lottery system, and then there's refugee type systems, right?
The visa system is the working one, right? Where you got to have a job first. Yeah. Yep. Those are the 3 ways. I remember reading about this.
So again. That's with legal immigration. If you accept everyone, right?
I guess we would have to come up with a new system. We would have to come up with a system. It could be merit. I don't know. It could be merit.
So it could be merit. And so then that moral obligation argument seems to go out the fucking window. Sorry, we don't think you're good enough to get in.
Hold on. So which is more moral? Which do you think in my worldview is more moral? For us to accept only people that are on visas, that have visas, that have... a lot that win the lottery, a certain amount of them, let's just say it's 250,000, that win the lottery, and the asylum seekers, or if we do all that and then add another 250,000 people that we select through merit. Which do you think is more moral?
I think the more moral thing is to set up a system that tells people that we are a nation of laws, and that if they break the law, they will be punished like anyone who would break that law.
So I understand that is your moral
obligation. The more moral obligation is for our government, our politicians, our representatives to represent us. So let me make an analogy to a family, right? What would be more moral? For me, as a father and a husband, to take care of my child and say, no, anyone off the street isn't welcome to come sleep in my house, or to accept everyone off the street, which is more moral?
So what you're talking about is the difference between individual responsibility and societal responsibility or governmental responsibility. There's a huge difference there. I would never expect somebody to take in somebody off the street on their into their homes and call them immoral for doing so. But the country as a whole is not a household. They are different entities. They are different institutions.
Well, sure, they're entities, but the analogy still applies.
No, the analogy does not apply because of the massive amount of differences.
The government of this country is just our collective will to represent the people of this country. It is not to represent people of other countries. And so we have a right and an obligation to expect our government to be looking out for our interests first and foremost. That doesn't mean that they exploit other people. Just like as a father, I'm not going out and robbing my neighbor to provide for my son. But it does mean that my primary concern is to take care of the people that I'm obligated to take care of. Our government is obligated to have the interest of the people of this country as their primary and only interest when they're operating. That's the authority that we have given them. That's the bargain. They represent us. They are not an outside entity that is seeking to do things around the world to benefit people around the world. That's not their responsibility. That's not their obligation. Just like we see this question when it comes to sort of corporations and things like that. The CEOs and CFOs have an obligation to the shareholders. They don't have an obligation to me and you. They don't have an obligation to poor people in Mexico. That doesn't mean that they intentionally cause harm to me and you or to the people of Mexico, but if they are detrimental to their shareholders because they say, we've exceeded our obligation and we're instead going to do things that we find to be moral outside the scope of what the contract was that we were supposed to do, that in itself is an immoral action.
I think that our country can take care of its own and accept more.
Are they?
No, we're not. But that's due to lack of political will, not an inability.
The problem is that you think of things in a utopia. You have these plans that literally have never been done in the history of the world, right? And you refuse to look at this is going to be implemented by the very types of people that exist now in our government that you're admitting are failing miserably, even with resources you say are enough of taking care of their own population. But if we increase the population by 100 million people, I'm sure they'll do better then. And your response when I talk about how this wouldn't be workable, how all the problems, you just hand wave it away with this sort of utopic vision and you say, but it would be different. I would be running it, right? And this is sort of the problem we've seen with people that have been tyrants all throughout history. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. You're like, when we could see you have these high-minded ideals that are like, this justifies me advocating for things that are so out of left field that no country in history has attempted them. And when problems arise, I will just give my government that I will theoretically be in control of, or people like-minded me, they'll just have more power. Well, we'll take more money from rich people, and we'll disperse and we'll redistribute the wealth even more. And when that doesn't work, you'll say, well, then we'll take more. That's what we'll do. We'll take even more. Until at the end of the day, you'll see a failed state because inevitably you'll see tyranny. Once people start to criticize this, you'll see all sorts of things, just like we've seen every socialist utopia throughout history, from the Soviet Union to Pol Pot in Cambodia to Mao's Red Guard in China. It's always the same fucking story. Give the government massive amounts of power, they fail, so give them more power. This time it'll be better. And then when the heaps of bodies pile up, will you be speaking morality then? It is a non-workable position. We should secure the border, and then if we want to have discussions about what would be beneficial to us economically, we could talk about opening the process for legal immigration to accept the people that would be beneficial to the people of the United States. Once someone is a legal immigrant, they deserve every protection and right and charity and goodwill that any other citizen of this country does. I don't give a fuck if you've been here 40 years or 1 year. If you've come to the process through legal means, I have no grudge to hold to you whatsoever. But the idea that we could somehow just declare open borders and citizens around the world with ignoring the litany of obvious problems that come with that is laughable. It is not a serious solution, and you don't get to just hand wave and say, yeah, but things would be done differently in this world. We would just do this. I haven't thought this all through. It's ridiculous. I bet you're probably the type of person, maybe not you, but it's as ridiculous as this guy that's always on my stream that's left winger. It's like, we should ban prisons. And then when you're like,
I work
okay,
for a prison, so.
Well, then be self-interest, you wouldn't ban.
No. I recognize that there are people in society that cannot be in society and have other people be free, basically. I'm sorry, it's 12. I've got to work in the morning.
That's fine. I'll let you go. I'll say this. Look into Milton Friedman. If you really feel strongly about advocating for open borders and things like that, look into him, and he tells you how it could be done. And that's the elimination of the welfare state. Right?
I don't think that we have to eliminate the welfare state for Americans that are born here and that have lived here for a while in order to have open borders.
Sure you do.
Okay.
Sure you do. You would have to. So if you want to eliminate that, then so be it. But I think that it's a terrible plan. Nonetheless, just to summarize what we were talking, I think that we got off track of what the interview was, which is fine. I still had a good time. Yeah. I did really enjoy talking to you. I really did. And I would be happy to talk. You're better than 99% of the people I talk to that are insane. Like, I think you have an insane position here, but you're at least making arguments and having a civil conversation.
Yeah.
But the idea of where I see culturally, I think that this is indicative of it, right? Where there are people that through their means, because they have more means, are able to have these high-minded proclamations that have negative repercussions to people in areas of the world like rural America, and they don't give a shit. They don't have to live with the consequences of the things they say. And as such, we have more veneration for people like illegal immigrants than the people that actually live in this country in areas like rural America that are struggling. So I think that, unfortunately, as much as I would like to say live and let live, I am hoping to help spur on people to understand that they have to engage in the very tactics of the people that hate them. Things like cancel culture, things like boycotts, things like, when necessary, using lawfare in order to inflict as much pain as possible on people that seek to inflict that pain on ourselves. So it's going to be a very divisive next generation, but I didn't ask for it. I'm just doing what I can to survive. So.
Yeah, so I can't know what your personal experiences have been. I'm from a rural place. I very obviously have differences from the people that are around me right now. My experience with people that are like the educated people and such, that it seems way different than yours. I never felt attacked, and because I'm royal, which is why I was interested in having this conversation, because I was interested in actually knowing where all that was coming from.
Can I just real quick
go ahead.
That's because with all identity politics, with all cultural Marxism, the number one factor is you have to agree with them. So, for example, they might not attack black people, but if you're Candace Owens, they'll attack you because black is victimhood, which gives you a certain status. But in order to get those points, you have to agree with them. You're a good rural person. You agree with the progressives.
Well, I haven't.
So, of course, they're not going to treat you like shit.
So I started out as a economic progressive, but I was like, my views socially had to change when I got to know more people in different communities. But we don't really have. I don't have time to go into all that. I'll let you say one last thing, and then I'll hit you back up. I'm gonna do some research on what we've talked about. I'll probably pick like one aspect of what we were talking about and try to focus down on that, and we can have a conversation. And I can present my research, and you can present anything that you may have on hand or find in the future.
Sounds good. So
all right.
I did enjoy the conversation, and thanks for offering to interview me. I know it became sort of more debate, but
yeah, that's fine.
I figured
it would.
It's probably more my fault than yours.
I figured it would. I just thought it was going to be on the trans issue.
Oh, no, I don't. I don't need to touch on that issue to talk about the things that we were talking about.
Yeah, but I was in your chat the other day when you were talking about the trans issue. And you eventually got fed up with me. I was just like, I'm done talking to you. You probably don't remember that, do you?
What was your name? You were Liberal Cluck in the chat?
Yeah. My name's Liberal Cluck.
I don't remember. It must have been a while ago.
It might have been Lib Cluck. I don't know what my actual Twitch name is.
But still, I would have recognized. It must have been a while ago. It
It
wasn't
was
this week
recent.
or
It was
last week.
recent. It was like the other day, last week. But it's okay. It's fine.
I don't remember, but yeah, I'll be happy to debate you on the trans stuff too if you want.
Yeah,
That's fine by
I'm
me.
actually really interested in talking about what is it? What makes something sexual? Because that's an argument that I've been getting in on Twitter. You're going to vehemently disagree with me, so that might be a fun conversation.
It'll be it'll be fun, but it'll be like saying what makes something a woman, right? Like there are these nebulous. What makes something yellow?
Okay. All right. Well, have a good night.
All right. Take it easy. Thanks.
All right, bye. All right. That was that. Very interesting. Yeah, we're gonna go over the things that he said. I'm gonna look into some things. I want to look into that wall claim. I want to look into whether or not open borders in the modern war. As of 2020, none of the countries in the world officially have open borders. While few countries would have open borders agreements with select few other countries, Europe and Schengen nations being the most prominent examples, the majority of nations opt to instead for border policies that place at least a few additional limitations on individuals' ability to enter or exit a country. These restrictions are typically intended to safeguard national security and preserve business ecosystems. That said, in some countries, officials have made differ actual practice. Modern countries may have unintentionally open borders. These countries either have no laws. Okay, so yeah, this is something we're going to read into later on. I didn't get any Rumble followers from that. Goodness gracious. Yeah, y'all have a good night. Bye bye.